more points at the end of every sprint at the completion of every 5 laps. So they're right on the fringe of getting that bronze medal. Cycling update for City Venue Management. The other events, I think Australia just crashed, so we'll take you back to Phil Liggett, Scott McGrory and Anna Mears as an Australian on the ground.
Annette Edmondson have gone down, so it's starting to unravel for the Aussies.
Well, there's the overall situation. After 9 of 12 sprints now, Great Britain consolidating with 42 points, and the reason being they have now taken that lap and got the 20. This is Julien Dora just getting back on the bike. It was a partner who was down earlier on. So it's who's got bragging rights tonight after they finish. As they said, it was a poor change and very unlucky, but I think she clips the back wheel, she does, and they all fall.
So that's unfortunate. And looking at the front tyre, you do not want to continue with a tyre like that. That needs to be replaced, otherwise that could blow during the race. Georgia Baker now coming back through with Annette Edmondson on the deck. She's now struggling because she's stuck out there, not able to make the change with a teammate. She's gone deep into the red zone. This is not looking good for the Australians. We need Annette Edmondson quickly back into the race.
Well, the Netherlands and France, the only women now, teams rather, who can get to Great Britain, and they're going to need a lap here, 20 points without the British. So the British will play more of a marshalling role now as the moves come. They've only got 2 nations to follow, Netherlands and France, and here we are now, Great Britain here.
Edmondson is just coming back onto the track now as well, Phil, so Georgia will be able to make a change and get some rest. What happens in this race, you're in for 30 to 35 seconds, and it is so close to the red zone, if not into the red zone, that if you don't make a change, or if your partner crashes out and you have to continue for a second amount of time in the race, it's so easy to explode. That's what we've seen with Georgia Baker. Really disappointing for her.
That was really unlucky too. It was no making of her own, that one. Taken out by the falling Belgian team in the changeover. The changes are very, very dangerous at times. The men's race slightly longer tomorrow, by the way, and equally as exciting. Just looking here now.
Another sprint win for GB, Phil. So they are absolutely dominating this. They have placed in every single sprint so far and won almost all of them. There's only one sprint that they haven't won, and that was a 3rd place in the 4th sprint. What a performance this is.
Well, I know it's the first Olympic Games as a Madison, but there have been the World Championships, and throwing a blanket over the lot, Scott, this is probably the most dominating performance by a team in the Madisons.
Absolutely.
It is absolutely incredible. The only sprint they missed out on when they finished in 2nd place was sprint number 4.
Little bit of a
so that's what's happening at the Madison. We'll take you back there in just a moment for the closing stages. So Annette Edmondson, who was the cyclist who hit the ground, was the inactive of the 2 Australian pairs because it is a tag team race. So Georgia Baker was the active cyclist. Annette Edmondson was the inactive cyclist for the Aussies. So the Aussies continue on, but they are rattled a little bit. Just an update around what's happening in other events because we have some, we have exciting progress being made in other events in the diving. Cassiel Rousseau has qualified for the semi-final stage tomorrow of the men's 10-metre platform with a total score of 423.55 points. So he is in. Samuel Fricker, unfortunately, is out, and he will finish likely in the bottom 2 or 3 from the group of 29 in this preliminary phase. The aquatics update for City Venue Management. Rackley Swimming, your swim family. So Cassiel Rousseau is into tomorrow's semi-final. He is 6th overall at the moment with a couple of divers still to go, but I don't think those forthcoming divers will overtake his score. Well, they might. There might be 1 or 2, so he'll finish between 6th and 8th, depending on how well the next couple of divers go. And Tom Daly is actually among the next few divers, so he normally scores pretty well for the Brits. So Rousseau will finish around 6th, 7th or 8th in this men's preliminary stage, and Samuel Fricker is out. Aquatics update for Rackley Swimming. From first splash to first medal, we are your swim family, rackleyswimming.com.au. And in the women's 20k walk, Jemima Montag of Australia was leading the way through the last intermediates section, so the 12-kilometre mark, that checkpoint. She was leading in a group of 8 walkers, but she's just being left behind a little bit now, and she's in 7th position, having just been dropped off the leading pack of the peloton, I suppose, if you want to describe it that way, in the walk, by 10 seconds behind. So still in contention for a medal if she can pick up the pace and keep with that leading group, but she has been in the leading group for the first portion, or just over the first half of the race. Let's hope she can keep in touch with that leading group to get a medal. Channel 7, know the news with 7 News. When it impacts your community, knowing matters. To know the news, watch 7 News at 6. 9 laps to go in the Madison. Let's see if Australia can pull out a medal here.
I think they're going to, even though they hold a commanding lead, I think they're going to want to put a full exclamation mark on this as they claim gold.
Now, Anna, before we get to the final laps, I've got to ask you, wouldn't you have loved this event to be in when you were around? You'd have been fantastic in this, all those elbows sticking out.
I would have loved the elbows, Phil, but I would have probably gone after 20 laps.
Cruising around the outside.
British teams.
Yeah, they have been good. And there's your first, second and third. Not exactly in that order, but it's Great Britain in first place on the peloton. They are leading comfortably. Russia in second, and they hold down the bronze medal position. They're in a real fight with the ladies in red. So there's still a few points in it. Russia, Denmark, if they finish in the points in the end here, they should be able to hold on to that silver medal. If they finish outside the points and Russia win it, Russia could take the silver. So that's still to play. It does look as though that Denmark are in a comfortable position to hold on to silver. 5 laps to go. Pretty much the gold medal, it's done. They have such an advantage now that Great Britain should come away with the gold medal. Russia fighting to stay on the front, and there's a real muscling for position as we're getting close to this last sprint.
You're absolutely right, and the way they've ridden this race at such high speed, that has stopped all the action for the lap taking. They just got that 1 lap take in the middle. The British were spearheading along with the French for that. All Denmark have to do now is shadow Russia and make sure they finish directly behind them in the final sprint to take silver. Otherwise, there is a possibility that the Russian cyclist will take the second place. But the finish is certainly going to be for Great Britain now. France moving into the scene again. They slipped away to 5th place in the overall.
If the Netherlands win the last sprint and Russia don't get any points, they could also move up into the bronze medal position. There's the Netherlands on the outside, France pushing them around. Russia has dropped out of contention for the last sprint. There still could be a change of the medals. Doesn't look as if Netherlands is going to be able to pick up the final sprint and the 10 points on offer.
Well, there's certainly no doubt about who's going to win this and the gold medal, because the British riders have done what they did at the start. They lost only 1 sprint, which is absolutely unbelievable. Katie Archibald, Laura Kenny take gold, and for Laura Kenny, that will be her 5th Olympic gold medal in her career. Last time they painted the wrong letterbox yellow, which they were doing back home then. Hope they paint the right one yellow this time.
Well, the mayhem, the carnage, the action of the Madison, the first time we've seen the women do it at the Olympic Games, and what a dominant performance it was from Great Britain. They owned it. There was no one anywhere near them. Denmark, they held on for second. Russia, the surprise bronze medal. But there's the winners. Team GB, they had the fluoro helmets. They wanted to stand out, and there was nothing anyone could do about it.
That is the 3rd Olympic gold medal for Katie Archibald, the 5th for Laura Kenny, and for the Kenny couple, that is their 11th Olympic gold medal. Jason Kenny has 6. His wife Laura now has 5.
They're going to have to reinforce the foundations of the bedroom, but I suspect they keep them in the top drawer of the dressing table.
Silver medal to Denmark, Emily Diedrichsen and Julie Leith. So both very accomplished road riders. The world road champion in 2016 in Diedrichsen, and the Russian duo also coming away with the bronze medal. That was the surprise, was that they moved up into bronze. So great riding by them.
With the tears of emotion, I think it was a big surprise to the 2 Russian girls. Well done to them. There's Katie Archibald coming up, all smiles.
Well, Katie is Scottish. They combine very well as a British team. Laura Kenny, there's another gold medal to her. She's been so accomplished with gold medals throughout the last 3 editions of the Olympic Games. And there's another one for the absolute pocket rocket superstar of British cycling. So what a great performance it was from the two British riders taking gold.
And he's...
Well, surprise, surprise.
So there you go. The women's Madison is complete and the Brits take the gold medal. They were dominant through that entire race. So in the 120 laps, there are 12 sprints that they complete and they polled votes in every single one of them. The Brits, so Katie Archibald and Laura Kenny, who is the wife of the great Jason Kenny, are the gold medalists. For Denmark, they finished second. They came home with the flurry, scoring points in the 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th sprints of the 12 overall. And then Russia, who came out of nowhere, really, they only scored points in a couple of sprints, but they finished with a couple of lap points at the very end. So they took the bronze. The Netherlands finished fourth, France finished fifth, Poland finished sixth, and Australia, who started well with points in the second, fourth and eighth sprints of the night, finished seventh, and they were rattled by that crash halfway through the race. Our Aussie pair of Georgia Baker and Annette Edmondson. So a seventh place finish for Australia in the women's Madison, but the UK, Denmark and Russia take the gold, silver and bronze medals. It is a fun race to watch, actually, the Madison. It's full of chaos and excitement and sprinting finishes. So we've got one more Madison to look forward to, which will be the men's Madison, and that will be tomorrow at around about the same time, or about the same time, about 6 o'clock almost, when that one gets started, with Kelland O'Brien and Lee Howard, Australia's two competitors in the men's Madison. That's tomorrow. So the cycling update, that's pretty much it for now. There'll be a couple more races over the course of the night. Carly McCulloch will be back out onto the velodrome to compete in her next sprint. Hopefully that won't complete her night. Hopefully she wins and makes it through to the next phase. But the women's 1 of 16 finals will be up, and then the men's sprint finals will also be with you as well around 7:30 tonight. So this will be for a gold medal, but no Australians involved, but just good excitement on the velodrome in this sport of track cycling. But Carly McCulloch will be the last Australian up on the velodrome in this session today on day 14. Cycling updates for City Venue Management, Camino Apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athletes. An update in what is happening in the walk. Jemima Montag is still in the top 7, but the gap is growing between the first couple of leaders and Montag in 7th. So she is now 26 seconds behind the leader. She was leading through the first couple of phases of the race, but it is Antonella Palmisano from Italy who leads, from Sandra Arenas from Colombia and Erika Senna from Brazil. That's the top 3 in the walk at the moment, with about 2Ks to go. So they've just passed through the 18K checkpoint, and so within 2 kilometres to go within the 20K women's race walk. And Jemima Montag is 26 seconds off the leader, and would be about... she's probably about 30, maybe 20 seconds. Actually, the gap's just grown. So Montag is now about 45 seconds behind the leader, but probably about 20 seconds off from the podium. So 20 seconds away from the Colombian and the Brazilian in silver and bronze. So Montag is right there. I think she's just climbed up into 6th as well. So she's making a little move now, having been in 7th a moment ago. Jemima Montag of Australia, hopefully she can get a medal in the dying stages of this race. Katie Howard and Rebecca Henderson are the 2 other Aussies in the women's 20K race walk. Katie Howard is 37th overall and Rebecca Henderson is 39th overall, so right in the middle of the pack. But Jemima Montag is the one that we are keeping an eye on. In the diving has just come to a conclusion. It has. So Cassiel Rousseau has qualified with the 8th best score overall in the men's 10-metre platform in the diving, with a score of 423.55. So he is 8th overall, and Samuel Fricker, the other Australian, unfortunately is second last. So 28 out of 29 competitors with a score of 306.5. But Cassiel Rousseau, very good, right in among the contenders. The top contenders will be Yang Jian from China, Sao Yuan from China, Alexander Bondar from Russia, and Tom Daley from Great Britain, who has medalled at the Olympics before in the diving as Tom Daley. But Cassiel Rousseau is in that next bracket just outside of them. So hopefully he can pull off something like Melissa Wu did yesterday in the women's 10-metre platform when she won bronze. Cassiel Rousseau would be aiming to do the same. Aquatics updates for City Venue Management. Rackley Swimming, from first splash to first medal. We are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. There's a bit of karate happening as well. This is the first time karate's been at the Olympic Games, and we have a competitor, our first ever Australian Olympian in karate, Tsuneyari Yahiro, who is of Japanese descent but competing now for Australia in the karate. He lost his first kumite, which is the sparring battles, against Nurkanat Azhakanov from Kazakhstan. His next spar will be, has just completed actually against Luigi Busa, and he's lost that one as well, 5-0. So he lost his first kumite 6-3 and lost his second 5-love. So he is in fourth of 5 competitors in his group. So they do a group phase first, like a pool or a group stage, followed by the knockout phase afterwards. So he is 0 from 2 from his 5 first battles, and he has 2 more to come in the night. So Tsuneyari Yahiro is our first ever Australian Olympian in karate. The night session is brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We'll come back after this. Harry Garside will be our feature guest in this hour, who has just in the last couple of hours taken bronze in the men's lightweight division in boxing. He'll be up very shortly with us on SEN in this night session of the Tokyo 2020 Games on day 14.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates, of 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night session, brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Just 2 more night sessions to go today and tomorrow. Sunday night is an Olympic night, but it's going to be the closing ceremony, so no sport on Sunday night. So this is the penultimate night session with sport in it at the Olympic Games in 2020. It's all come to a very, very sad end, isn't it, when the Olympics come to a close? We love it while it's on for 2 weeks, and then we get that little just hit of post-Olympic depression for a couple of days. We'll be right and ready to go for whatever your chosen sporting option is after the Olympics are done. Back to footy or rugby or soccer or whatever it might be for you. But Olympics, it's always fun when it's on. But we are now 2 nights away from it's all coming to a close. The medal tally, we have a look at the medal tally at this stage on day 14 for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. So halfway through day 14 with a handful of medals still to be handed out in the night session. In fact, the majority of medals on day 14 yet to be handed out. A lot of them are being dished out in the night. China are on top of the medal tally with 34 gold medals, 24 silver and 16 bronze for a total of 74. The United States have 30 gold medals, 35 silver medals and 27 bronze medals for a total of 92. So they have nearly 20 more medals than China. 18 is the actual difference. 18 more medals in total than what China do, and sit on top of the leaderboard as far as overall medals are concerned. But the medal tally is ranked by gold medals. So China is number 1, USA is number 2, Japan is number 3 with 22 gold medals for the home nation. 10 silvers and 15 bronze, and Australia have 17 gold medals, which is our best, which we've matched from Athens 2004. 6 silvers and 20 bronze medals for a total of 43, and we sit 6th overall for the total count of gold, silver and bronze, but 4th on the stat that is most important, which is gold medals, and that's how they rank the medal tally. So 4th, which is 1 ahead of both Russia and the UK. So Great Britain have just added 1 more to their tally to make it 16 gold medals in that women's the Madison in the cycling. Just double checking this is up to date. Yes, so this is up to date with 16 medals. So 1 ahead of the UK and Russia. On the medal tally, so Australia with 4 overall. The medal tally for Rebel Sport, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. The medals today won by Australia. Well, just the 2 for Australia today with our women's beach volleyball pair of Mariafe Artacho del Solar and Taliqua Clancy losing in the women's final to the USA. So a silver for the Aussies. We've actually been very short on silvers of the Aussies, just the 6 overall. We are by far the least amount of silver medals from the top 10 in the Olympics at the moment. And a bronze medal, which was added to by Harry Garside, who lost his fight today to Andy Cruz, I beg your pardon. Andy Ruiz is the professional boxer. Andy Cruz of Cuba in the lightweight semi-final. We'll have a chat to Harry Garside in a few moments. Just keeping an eye on what is happening in the cycling, because Carly McCulloch will be back on the track for the women's sprint in just a moment, competing in the 1 of 16 finals. So she'll be going for a spot in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Her opponent in this next sprint will be Kelsey Mitchell of Canada. So just keeping an eye and an ear out for what is when she's about to set foot on the velodrome. They sometimes do run a little late on the velodrome. The walk has come to an end. Let's get a quick listen into the final of the women's 20K walk.
Wow, there's the flower. It's been as impressive as the winner. And Liu, who is going to fight on here and get the bronze after Senna has been put in the penalty box in the finishing stretch.
Another bronze for her. She had the bronze in 2012 retrospectively and 2016 champ, so third medal for her.
So Jemima, based on we haven't seen her for a while, 5th or 6th at the moment, and wow, talk about the devastation of relatively recently changed the rules that here's Jemima, that if you receive 3 you got disqualified. Now it's in the penalty box, so she'll finish the race, but it's not what she wanted. So Perez has finished in 4th across the line. Here's 5th, finishing now Gonzalez, and so Jemima's going to finish 6th, a top 6 at the Olympic Games. Second best ever by an Australian, behind Jane Saville's bronze in Athens. That's a great performance.
Well done, Jemima. Great effort.
Kerry Juna-Saxby finished 7th in that race in 2000 that I get twitchy when I talk about, because Jane Saville was walking into the straight. So that's it here in the walk. Parmigiano gets the gold ahead of Arenas and Liu, and Montag, 6th place. A fantastic performance.
So Antonella Palmisano of Italy takes the gold in the women's 20K walk. Sandra Arenas from Colombia gets the silver, and Liu Hong of China gets the bronze. And Jemima Montag, who had been in the leading group for the majority of the 20K walk, finishes up in 6th, which is a magnificent effort from her to stay with the front runners pretty much all the way through to the end, and finishing 6th, about a minute or so behind the leader. We'll get the final differences and standings for you in a second. A minute and a half, so 1 minute 27 behind the eventual winner, Antonella Palmisano, who won by 25 seconds over Sandra Arenas and 45 seconds over the bronze medalist Liu Hong. So they were in the breakaway group from the so-called peloton, if you want to describe it that, in the walk. And Jemima was in that front group, and then they all splintered apart and stretched out from one another towards the end of the race. So Jemima Montag finishing 6th in that group. Our replays over the course of the night brought to you by Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Carly McCulloch is our next up in her chosen field. So cycling is where we'll head to in a moment in the 1 of 16 finals. The men's sprint is going to run first, I believe. So McCulloch, I think, was due up now, but the Madison ran overtime a little bit. Let's actually take you into the men's sprint, because this is for all the marbles. We are going for the bronze and the gold here in the next couple of moments in the men's sprint. This is fast-paced action over the course of 3 or 4 laps around the velodrome, and our competitors in these in the men's sprint final, race number 1, is Jack Carlin and Dennis Dimitriev, and Jeffrey Hoogland and Harry Leverson. So let's take you back to the velodrome, where race 1 of the men's sprint finals are taking place, and then Carly McCulloch will be up shortly after that from the velodrome.
The difference in these two is I think that Jack Carlin's got a bit more of a NOS button that he can call on when required. He's a bit zippier. He's a little bit more twitchier than Dennis Dimitriev. And coming from the back is a really traditional sprint position for the British team. Jan van Eyden, obviously his coach, he's been in that position for a very long time, so he's got some great experience in his coach. But the experience falls actually in the legs and the head of Dennis Dimitriev here. And he has the capacity to get in the way of Jack Carlin. But I think Jack Carlin's got a little bit more of a turn of speed.
In terms of sprint qualifying, that goes back to yesterday. So team sprint before that, we've now had so many races. How much do we play into who's the absolute fastest from qualifying when it comes down to this level? They're tired.
Yeah, there's nothing that separates them through qualifying. 9.33 for Dimitriev, 9.30 for Jack Carlin. So he technically, on paper, has the faster time. But sometimes it comes down to who can actually win the battle of their own head, because the fatigue is so painful to commit to a move, as we see Jack Carlin just going up and saying, "Hi, how are you, Dennis? Come on down."
Dennis. Well, I don't want to be nice to you, and here he comes, trying to come from behind as well. So Carlin took the first position. Dmitriev was happy to let him go, and now here we go, shoulder to shoulder, down the back straight. This is the first in the races, the best of three. Dmitriev is not going to be able to get there. He'll have another shot at it. Carlin one up, manhandled the big Russian and come away on top. That was a good ride by the youngster.
That was a great ride by him. He does not have to commit to the bottom of the track if he has the inside run. And Denis Dmitriev tried to physically force him down because he knew by being pushed higher and higher, he was covering more and more distance. And then Jack Carlin was the first to drop down. He got the first little acceleration and the speed off the banking, and that was just enough to carry through that last bend.
He's been tactically great. I've really been impressed by Carlin. And Dmitriev here seemed to lull him into a sense of, okay, I want you to have the front, it's okay. And then very quickly tried to get up around the outside. Quick to react on the inside, though. And then once we got halfway down the, well, almost as we came into the finishing straight, Dmitriev knew that he wasn't going to be able to get around the outside. Shut it down, trying to save it for the next one. He has to win the next one now to have a chance to take it to the decider. First of the big match, though. This is for the goals, and the Netherlands have never gone gold and silver in a track cycling event in the history of the Olympic Games. That's now locked in. They've also never won 3 gold medals in track cycling at one Olympics. That's also going to happen now. So they are making history, these speedsters, and boy, oh boy, have they come on strong in this one Olympic cycle since Rio.
Yes, this is a repeat of the World Championship final last year. That is Jeffrey Hoogland with the dark visor. And it is Harry Leverson with the clearer visor. These two riders had the exact same time for qualifying, down to the thousandth of a second, 9.215. It was Jeffrey Hoogland that was awarded the top seed because he had the faster of the final 100 in that timing, which means to me that Harry Leverson has a better acceleration than his teammate, and being in the front position, that can be advantageous for him here. Now, at the World Championships in the last 2 years, these two have met for gold and silver, and each time the win went to Harry Leverson. Oh, and they both want the front off the line.
That was interesting, wasn't it? The first time we've actually seen a rider in second position very quick to try and get to the front. They know each other so well. So tactically, one of them will think they have an advantage over the other. Egos at play here. Teammates, friends. Right now, though, they are enemies.
Leverson on the front, Hoogland on the back. Both got big engines. One's got a slightly bigger jump. Hoogland's given a big distance. He's committed now. He's got the speed off the banking. Leverson needs to respond.
Here he comes. Hoogland up round the outside. Leverson, it was a long way from the bell lap, and he thought there's no way he's going to go that far from the finish, but he did, and he's gone straight up around the outside, and here he comes back again. Leverson trying to get up towards him. Oh, it was close. What a seesaw battle it was between these two riders. Brilliant sprinting from both of them. Jeffrey Hoogland took the advantage very early on, and Harry Leverson almost coming back over the top. One up in the best of 3 for Jeffrey Hoogland. But wow, tactically that was a brilliant race, and I wouldn't say that one or the other was faster.
No, Jeffrey Hoogland just used the track to his advantage in that instant. And as we see here, the commitment to a long run, he got the jump on his own teammate. And Leverson had to work hard at the bottom of the track. He had no free speed, so he's used a lot of his NOS button in this first race. He's going to have to turn this around significantly now. He needs to win the next two.
You could see then as they came through just before the bell, and on the inside it was Leverson that got out of the saddle again to try and accelerate, because he realised, I wasn't going fast enough and he's going to go over the top of me. There was a moment of desperation to try and match the speed of Hoogland, who was coming by.
This is Stuart McSween.
So those were the first couple of races of the men's sprint. That's what you had the bronze medal race first and the gold medal race second. It's best of three. So Jack Carlin of Britain has the 1-0 lead over Denis Dimitriev of Russia, and it's the two Dutchies going head-to-head in the gold medals. So they'll take gold and silver regardless. The Netherlands, but just who gets it? Well, Jeffrey Hoogland has the 1-0 lead over his compatriot Harry Laverson. The next two races in the men's sprint will go ahead in about half an hour or so. They're running about 15 minutes late at the velodrome to what they scheduled. Now, we don't hold them to that, obviously, because the Olympics is the Olympics. But Carly McCulloch is up. She'll be second of the 1 of 16 or the 1 of 16 finals, as they call them in the women's sprint. So heat 1 up first. Heat 2 is where Carly McCulloch of Australia will do battle on the velodrome next. She is against her opponents from Canada, Kelsey Mitchell. So the Australians left on the agenda tonight is we have Marina Carrier, who is in the third of the 5 pentathlon legs, which is the show jumping event. So on the horses, and she has posted a score of 296 after her show jumping competition. So a very good time set by Marina Carrier, and she's third overall of the 30-odd field. So she's in a decent position, but overall her position was a little low when you add up all the legs of the pentathlon so far. So hopefully she can make some ground back up here, Marina Carrier, in the women's modern pentathlon. Tsuneari Yahiro still has 2 more fights left in the men's kumite 75-kilogram Pool B. So he's our first ever karate Olympian. This is the first time karate has been at the Olympics. So Tsuneari Yahiro of Australia is to face Rafael Agaev of Azerbaijan and Noah Beach of Germany in the next about half an hour or so, next 20 or so minutes when they take to the mats. In fact, he might have just finished up against his Azerbaijan opponent, and they haven't stepped out yet. So just about to step out. Tsuneari Yahiro. The artistic swimming team routine is to be up at about 8:30, and then we have the final 3 events of the night featuring Australians. Now, there's more events than this, but we're just looking at the Australians for the moment, and we'll give you a full breakdown of what is happening across the field in a moment. But for an Australian perspective, the final leg of the modern pentathlon goes at about 8:30. The women's javelin with Mackenzie Little, Kelsey Lee Barber and Catherine Mitchell is at 10 to 10, and then the women's 1500 metre race with Lyndon Hall and Jess Hull is at 10 to 11. Ryan Gregson, our athletics expert, our track and field expert, will be with us over the course of the night to go through that. We'll take Carly McCulloch's race when she comes up. We'll have a chat to Harry Garside on the other side of that, and then we'll get stuck into the track and field over the course of the night. This is SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games for Mates and Full Zero.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night session is brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. In the cycling, we are into the women's sprint heats of the 1:16 finals. So the 1 of 32, the 1 of 16 is the next stage. The 1 of 8 brackets is the next stage, and the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. So we're into the 1 of 16 phase, which you can basically call round 2. Carly McCulloch is in this round 2 heat against Kelsey Mitchell of Canada. Win, and she's through to the third round of the women's sprint. Lose, and she's not out. She goes into the repechage later tonight for a second chance to get in to the third round. Carly McCulloch is lining up at the top of the velodrome. Her Canadian opponents, Kelsey Mitchell, is at the bottom of the embankment. Let's take you back to Scott McGrory and Anna Mears.
Canadian counterpart. Being in the back position, Carly does have the advantage of trying to take height and using that free speed off the banking. I don't think that's going to be enough for Carly to beat Mitchell. She's going to need to take the front, she's going to need to take it early, and she's going to need to get physically aggressive.
McCulloch in second position. I'm happy that there's a second chance to come back through the repechages. That's what this Olympic program offers. Lots of second chances in these first few rounds. Just means they race a lot, though, to get into the medal rounds. The men, they're racing for gold. They've already had their one race in the medals. And now McCulloch giving a little bit of distance here. Mitchell starting to ease up, looking up at the big screen as well. And McCulloch looking at the big screen a little bit too much because McCulloch has just come straight through underneath, forces her up. You said she needs to be aggressive. That's what she's doing. An advantage to McCulloch. It's a very short sprint. Not going super fast just yet. Now it's full gas. Come on, Carly. You need to fight back on the inside. Mitchell's the faster of the two. And she proves that by riding around, getting the win. McCulloch into the repechages. Another chance. Did everything right.
Yeah.
I think maybe just didn't accelerate early enough in the back straight.
Yeah, so she was trying to keep that race as short as possible and trying to keep Kelsey as close to her as possible. She lost her a little bit in the home straight at the bell because Kelsey took height, so that put some distance between the two of them. I would have liked to have seen Carly in a bit more of a physical presence for Kelsey. Nice deep breaths there. And she needed to be the first to jump down the back straight. And you can see Kelsey, she wants a wide berth around Carly. She doesn't want to get physical at all. And she's calling on all of her leg strength to come back around the outside. Better tactically executed by Carly in that race, just beaten by legs in the end.
So Carly McCulloch beaten by her Canadian opponents, Kelsey Mitchell of Canada, who goes straight into round 3 tomorrow. But Carly McCulloch lives on, however. The repechage stages are tonight at the bottom of this hour. So in about half an hour, just over or so, approximately half an hour, she'll be into the repechage phase of this second round, Carly McCulloch, with the chance to go through again into the next phase tomorrow. So not gone yet is Carly McCulloch, having just lost that race one-on-one with her Canadian opponent, Kelsey Mitchell. Tuniari, your hero of Australia, is about to go against Noah Beach of Germany. In fact, I beg your pardon, Rafael Agaev, and then Noah Beach will be his fourth and last opponent. Let's take you in for some of karate, the first ever time karate has been at the Olympic Games.
The last friendly act of this 3-minute ferocity. Agaev, all the years of experience, not easy to fool. Harder to hit.
Agaev is such a canny fighter, as they would say in Scotland, because he's able to duck and dive. His touch-to-backy movement around the area is phenomenal. He can kick, he can punch, he can throw you on the sixpence. He's absolutely amazing. And those of you who don't know what a sixpence is, and my apologies for that, is a coin in the UK.
From yesteryear, no less, but who can cash in this one? And it is Agaev trying to find the score there. But not just sometimes the score, but to show the physical strength of your opponent. It doesn't always go on the board, but your opponent thinks, oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. He wants to impose himself. He is the 5-time world champion. And your hero has got to try as much as he possibly can. Now, the frustration that Agaev might suffer is if your hero doesn't go for it, doesn't make him attack, and doesn't give him a chance to get his points. Because the points are really important for Agaev. He can't afford to just sit around and wait for a draw.
Neither can Yahiro Saneri, the 33-year-old, born in Japan, moved to Sydney as a child. He was the man from Baku that took up the sport as a child. And he's sporting an excellent shot there on the inside.
Now, the speed of Agaev was that the punches came out. He scored with the punch, the flags went out. He put in 2 more punches before the MA. Lightning quick, Rafael Agaev. From Azerbaijan, he has the Yuko, he has the Setsu. Yahiro has to try what he can, but he's going to find himself in a very difficult position now, because once this man gets ahead, and he's going to go ahead with another 2 points of Wazari, that'll be 3-0. And Yahiro Sanari is going to be in an almost impossible position.
Azerbaijan, known as the land of fire. It's Agaev that fires himself into the lead there. It's that 2-point kick to the body. What can Yahiro produce? Well, I said, born in Japan, left at 18 months old, coming back to that heritage via the sport, beginning it at 9 years old in Sydney. Loved it ever since. Can he continue his Olympic journey? A little toe tap there from the man in blue. Signs of life for the Australian. Can he find an attack?
And he's looking to use those legs, which he does so well. And his hooking kicks, he's got great flexibility. He tried the front kick, feint, and the Mawashi, but the knee came up. Didn't have belief in his ability to put it in. Just the way that Agaev is able to duck out of danger. Punches slipping left and right.
Second slipping past as well. Agaev in match management mode at the moment. Good punch as well.
No score though. Agaev throwing in the punch, and it was on this occasion where Yahiro Sanari steps off to the side, gets out of the way. Into the last 30 seconds we go. It's Agaev comfortably leading 3 points to 0. Has the advantage of Sensu, and he has the advantage of getting himself another Yuko.
So to give it context here, Yahiro Saneri, is he on the verge of departing?
He is indeed. He's got no points on the board. Busa, Zakhanov and Agaev currently sit with 2, along with Bish. That's it. Into the last 15 seconds we go. Comfortable lead by Rafael Agaev. 4 points to 0. Clever man ducks his down, gets out of trouble. Then comes another point. This is the way the 5-time world champion is able to just duck and dive, twist and turn, pick up an opportunity to score. And he was on his knees at one point there, looking at a kick coming at him, and just moved his head by millimetres, and now he's just milliseconds from going through. Milliseconds indeed. 5 points to 0. He takes 0.1, and there is a video review request. Yeah, there's an attempted head kick there from the Australian, trying to go out with a flourish. And which of the 4 screens are they likely to zoom in on? And here it is. Did the foot go in? Did it meet the target? Did it meet the criteria for Ippon? Was Agiev's head leaning off to the side, which would leave no potential for an effective kick? And that's the reason he didn't get the point. Missed the target.
Yep, worth a throw. The next card will be the boarding pass back home for the Australian. But Agiev progressing. Super stuff from the 5-time world champion. An excellent effort from Yahiro Tsuneri. Gave it absolutely everything. The Australian departs the Olympic Games. A credit-worthy effort from him. But not surprisingly, it's the 5-time world champion who advances.
So that was Tsuneri Yahiro of Australia in the karate. The first time karate's been at the Olympic Games against Rafael Agiev, who you could tell from the commentary is a multiple world champion. And his was the loud roars coming from the mats in the karate venue. This is the first time I've seen karate at a competitive level, and definitely out of all the combat sports at the Olympics, this one is the most intense and the most aggressive and combative out of all of them. So judo, taekwondo, wrestling is in there as well. Obviously, boxing is a combat sport too, so you'd classify that as one of the more aggressive ones. But karate, that was something different. I didn't mind that actually. But Tsuneri Yahiro of Australia is bundled out of the tournament. He's our only karate practitioner at these Olympic Games in the men's 75 kilogram division of the kumite, which is the sparring session or the fight session against each other. There's also the kata, which is the sequence of performative acts. So this is more the battle rather than the performance. And unfortunately, our Aussie Tsuneri Yahiro is 0-3 from his first 3 fights, with 1 more to come. But that is him out of the Olympics, because it's the first 2 of each of the 2 groups who make it into the semi-finals and then the final for the medals. We'll take a break here on SEN's coverage of the Games. We'll bring you the race 2 and race 3 of the sprint cycling. But up next, it's Harry Garside, who has a bronze medal around his neck after taking it from the men's lightweight division. He lost, unfortunately, today to Andy Cruz of Cuba, but he walks away with Australia's first medal in boxing at the Olympics in 33 years. Not since Spike Chaney has this happened back in 1988 in Seoul. So, Harry Garside, our newest Olympic medalist, will be with us next here on SEN.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 25.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, we'll economy mates of 4 and 25.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, Mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Well done, Harry. Take a bow. You've done Australia proud. You've done your family proud. He's a fine young man. He's going to leave Tokyo as a bronze medalist.
That was the highlight of Harry Garside earlier today. It was he would feel like it was a low light after he lost the semi-final to Andy Cruz, but he still walks away with a bronze medal, which is the first time an Australian boxer has done that in 33 years. 1988 was the last time that Australia won a medal in boxing, back when Graham Spike Chaney did it in Seoul. And it is a highlight for Australia and for Australian sport that we have a medal again in what is really a rising era in Australian boxing, with the likes of Tim Tew, who's doing so well on the scene, with Justice Hooney as well, looking like he'll be one of our next great things, and then the Maloney brothers as well on the world stage and right across America and Europe. It's a good time for Australian boxing, and Harry Garside, it is a highlight that he's got a medal from the Olympic Games. That's a Wolf Blass great performance. Wolf Blass, IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. And it is with great pleasure that we are able to have a chat to Harry here on SEN.
'Cause you're the real thing. Don't stop, keep moving, get on your feet. You gotta know that you're the real thing. Just find your rhythm, dance to the beat. You gotta know that you're the real thing.
Australia's latest medalist at the Olympics comes from the squared circle, the last of 5 Australian boxers still standing in Tokyo heading into today, and he walks away with a bronze after making it all the way to the semi-finals in the men's lightweight division. Harry Garside, Olympic bronze medalist, is with us on SEN. Harry, how are you?
Yeah, just a little bit upset, mate. Obviously we're athletes, we want the best, and unfortunately it's not the gold medal, but I'm happy with myself, how I conducted myself throughout my preparation and throughout this tournament. And it wasn't the result I wanted, but I'm still proud of myself for how I handled myself.
Losing the bout, but still winning a bronze medal, I can only imagine does feel like a strange mix of emotions. What have you been able to reflect on, if you have had a chance to think about what you've done at the Olympics in the hours since?
It hasn't really sunk in, to be honest, mate. Just trying to have a chat with coach. I had to do anti-doping post the tournament, post the match. So that kept me occupied. And once I get back, I'll sit down with coach and really knuckle down what I did well and what I didn't do well. And there's always room for improvement, and I always want to improve and be better next time. And hopefully next time I face him, it could be a different result.
Have you got the bronze medal with you?
No, so they still have to fight in the final, and the final's on Sunday, so the medal presentation will be after that on Sunday.
Being made to wait. On the fight itself tonight against Andy Cruz of Cuba, what have you been able to digest from what happened in the ring and how the fight itself actually played out?
Honestly, mate, I felt at times I got a little bit outclassed, to be honest. He's an exceptional athlete, and I have utmost respect for him. I knew it was going to be an absolute challenge getting in there, and he's pound for pound one of the best in amateur boxing and two-time world champion, and hasn't been beaten in a number of fights. And I'm just grateful I'm honoured and grateful to share the ring with him. And I gave it a red hot crack, mate, and I'm proud of myself for that. Obviously, I wanted to win, and we all want to win, but just got to go back to the drawing board, mate, and see where I did good and see where I didn't do well, and just reflect on that. And as I said, hopefully better next time if I ever face him again.
Did you have a sense for which way the balance of the fight was leaning during the 3 rounds?
Yeah, I felt like I had a really good second round. The first round, we were both just feeling each other out. He had extremely quick hands. It really sort of surprised me. I knew that he was really tricky, and he's the best in the world for a reason, mate. And I was happy with myself in the second round. The third round, I knew I was down in the scorecard, so I really had to sort of be the aggressor and try to bring the fight to him. But I think that's what he really expects opponents to do, and he sort of was probably catching me more in the third than any other round. But I knew I had to go out on my sword and show that Australian spirit, and I think I did that in the third. He was just a bit too good, mate. And that's boxing. Sometimes people are just too good, and you just got to go back to the drawing board and train harder and be better.
You look comfortable fighting on the outside using your footwork and your head movements and your counter-attacking, and that's how you've fought throughout these Olympics. But to go to the inside to try and win that fight in the last round, was it a comfortable decision for you to make to go and fight on the inside?
Of course, I much prefer fighting on the outside. That's how I train most of the time. But when your back's up against the wall, mate, you really got to show heart, and I think that's what most Australians have, is a lot of heart and a lot of ticker. And I hope, I haven't watched the fight back, obviously, but I hope watching back the fight that I'll be proud of myself and how I conducted myself in the third round, knowing that I was down, and I had to show that I wanted it, and I had to go out there and have a red hot crack. But it was just a bit too good, mate, and I was the first one to admit that.
You still had many great fights over the course of the Olympic Games. John Ume in the first round, Jonas from Namibia, and then Zacchaeus Saifulan in your last fight. Which of the 4 fights do you think you showcased your best qualities in these Olympic Games?
I was really happy with my performance in the second fight against Jonas. Every opponent was absolute class, and it's the Olympic Games. Reality is, mate, I'm very realistic and I'm a very honest man, and it's pretty crazy to think that I'm a bronze medalist at the Olympics. There's out of the 28 opponents in my weight, there's a number of people who are more gifted than me and ability-wise, but I just know I work really hard for the things I want, and that's what I did throughout this tournament and throughout the preparation. I worked really hard, and I showed up every day, and I did all the 1%ers, I did all the things right, and I'm grateful that I got the bronze medal, but I really wanted the gold. But hopefully it inspires the next generation, mate, leading into the 2032 Brisbane Games.
Absolutely. A lot of has been profiled about you, Harry, about your training methods and the things that you like to do outside of the boxing ring to push yourself. The ballet dancing has been brought up a number of times. A lot of it has been told in the sense of how you like to push yourself and get yourself out of your comfort zone, but I can only imagine ballet dancing has a lot of very practical uses for a boxer as well. How has the ballet dancing actually aided your boxing?
The ballet is fantastic. My favourite fighter, Vasily Lomachenko, who's a two-time Olympic gold medalist, he actually did a lot of Ukraine traditional dancing when he was younger, and that's where I seek inspiration from. I've always wanted to try ballet, I won't lie, but I'm saying it's for boxing, to be honest, but I really enjoy it, and hopefully one day I can do a performance. But I definitely see the similarities in the sport, the transferring of the weight, the structure, the discipline, the rules that they have on the bar, and you can't turn your back to the bar, you can't have chewing gum in your mouth, you can't have a watch on. They're very strict in my school, and I like that. And as I said, I'm not that good at it, but hopefully one day I can be good enough to do a performance.
You've almost answered my next question for me. I had Vasyl Lomachenko's name written down on my notes here. So Lomachenko from Ukraine, is he the professional boxer that you sort of idolise, or you try to model your style of fighting off?
A little bit, yeah. He's extremely good. He's a little bit shorter than me, so he's a touch more aggressive, but he's by far my favourite fighter. I've actually got him tattooed on my leg, a self-portrait of him, and he had 397 fights in the amateurs and lost one, and he's an exceptional athlete, and I love watching him. They call him high tech for a reason, and he entered the matrix when every time he enters the ring, and he's an exceptional athlete, and he's revolutionised the sport of boxing. So I'm grateful that there's someone like that to look up to in the sport, and hopefully one day, mate, I can be as good as him.
And the fingernails, Harry, explain the importance behind that.
Yeah, the fingernails was just like a bit of a statement, to be honest. I felt growing up, me personally, that there was a number of like stereotypes or roles that I felt like I had to play. Obviously, being a male, I come from a semi-country town, Lauderdale, Victoria. I felt like there was just a number of roles that I had to play, and the nail polish is just trying to be different and showcasing that you don't have to play these roles that society tells you to play, and you can be anything and everything you want to be and express yourself however you want to express yourself. And if that means wearing nail polish, I wanted to wear a dress to the opening ceremony, but didn't want to offend anyone or take the spotlight away from the Australian team. But I just want to show to young kids out there that you can be anything you want to be, and you shouldn't fear judgment or criticism from anyone else just because they expect you to be a certain way.
Harry Garside, Olympic bronze medalist with us. Harry, before I let you go, do you plan to stay amateur in the near future?
I'm not too sure. I do believe there's been a rule change recently. We've got to sit down with Boxing Australia and the Combat Institute and discuss if we can turn pro and still stay amateur. And if that's the case, then I'll probably try and do both. I really love representing Australia, and I think my style, to be honest, is a lot more amateur-based style. I will have to adapt a few things if I was ever to turn pro, but as I said, I really love wearing the green and gold, and I love my country with all my heart, and I'm extremely patriotic, so it'll be pretty hard to turn pro, mate, and turn away from like the Olympics and Commonwealth Games, but maybe one day.
So turning pro wasn't on the horizon in the near future?
As I said, it'll be something that I sit down with my team. It's not just my decision, it's my team's decision, and if we can do both, fight professional and do amateur as well, then I probably will do that, but I will do it eventually. I'm just not sure when, mate. Not sure when. I really love representing Australia.
The first Australian medalist in boxing since Spike Chaney back in 1988. How much has the significance of winning this medal actually sunk in?
Not heaps, mate, to be honest. I think we'll probably hit me in quarantine. I do something once a month that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm considering, I haven't made my mind up to this month to do a week of quarantine without my phone. So if that's the case, I think we'll probably hit in that week what I've done, but it hasn't really sunk in yet, mate, to be honest.
And what's next in the coming weeks and months for Harry Garside?
I'm not too sure, mate. I haven't seen my family since March, and I really want to see my mum and dad and see my dog, who's a Rottweiler, who's 14, and give her a big cuddle. And then, yeah, I'll probably just relax for a little bit. We've got the World Championships in October, November. Whether I go to that, I'm not too sure, but will be something that I discuss with my team. I love fighting, I love competing, I love staying fit. So potentially the World Championships, if not, probably the Commonwealth Games next year.
On the plane back home to Lilydale.
Exactly right, mate. Back to Lilydale where the free-range chickens are.
Harry, congratulations. I know it must still feel a bit tender having lost that fight, but you've won a bronze medal for Australia at the Olympic Games. It's something you should be immensely proud of, mate, and Australians are proud of you. Congratulations and good luck for the future.
Thank you so much, mate. And a massive thank you to all of Australia for the support. It's been super overwhelming and forever grateful, to be honest. As I keep mentioning, I'm just an ordinary kid from Lilydale, and I'm forever grateful for the support of Australia.
Thank you, Harry. Harry Garside with us here on SEN after taking the bronze medal in the semi-finals of the men's lightweight division at the Tokyo Olympic Games. SEN, we continue after this.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59 and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. So we are now entering deep into the night session of these Olympic Games. There's a few things happening away from an Australian perspective as well. Firstly, the football. So the men's bronze medal match is underway. We are in the first half. It's Mexico and Japan. So Japan, the host nation, looking to get a medal out of the men's football competition, but Mexico have a 2-0 lead here in the first half through Vasquez and Cordova, who have scored in the 13th and 22nd minute. The first goal was a penalty, so the men's football is on at the moment with the bronze medal match. The gold medal match, which will be tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time here in Australia, will be Brazil and Spain, which is, that's going to be a good match. And Spain's squad is, I'd actually be tipping, without really seeing what Brazil's team looks like. I know they've got Richarlison in there, who plays for Everton in the Premier League, and a couple of other decent players in there, but he's the main one. I would actually be tipping Spain because a lot of their players in their squad are actually the ones who play in the Spanish senior team. Now, all of the men's football program is under 23, but Spain's actual senior men's team is comprised mainly of under 23 players anyway, so they've just moved over their senior team into the Olympics because they all fit the age restrictions. So it's basically Spain seniors against Brazil under 23s in tomorrow's final. But the bronze medal match is Mexico 2, Japan 0. We have the water polo classification matches on tonight as well. So they go through, in water polo, they go through all of the 7th versus 8th, 5th versus 6th, the bronze medal match, obviously, and then the gold medal match. So the 5th versus 8th matches are on at the moment with Italy and United States, but the semi-finals are taking place in the men. So these are the real deal games. And Greece beat Hungary earlier in the evening, 9-6. Serbia plays Spain later on this evening in about an hour from now. So Greece are into the gold medal match of the water polo, where they'll take on either Serbia or Spain in the final. Women's hockey is on at the moment. The gold medal match is about to get underway, so we might even cross in and out of this match because this is for the gold medal. Argentina, who are the defending champions, I'm certain they are the defending champions, against Netherlands, who are a powerhouse of women's hockey. So this match is about to kick off in the gold medal match for the women's. So we'll keep an eye on that one, and we might even take a bit of that one once we get to the track and field later in the evening. The sprint finals are going in the cycling. So the track and the cycling velodrome program is almost coming to a close for the night, but we still have an important bit of business to do. The men's sprints bronze medal race and the gold medal race number 2 is about to go. Jack Carlin of the UK took the first race against Dmitriev of Russia, and then it is Hoogland, who has a 1-0 lead over his compatriots Leverson of the Netherlands. So let's take you into the bronze medal. This is race 2. It's the best 2 out of 3 gets the medals. Carlin has a 1-up lead on Dmitriev of Russia. This is race number 2 as we rejoin Scott McGrory and Anna Mears.
It used to be 4 over 1,000 metres. It's now only 3 laps, 750 metres. First rider must lead for the first half at walking distance. He can then try and force the rider in second position to come to the front by going super slow or stopping. Once you get to a certain point of sort of critical mass where you're close enough to the finish that one rider could jump away and the gap will open too quickly, you can't shut things down, then they need to accelerate. That's what they're doing now. Carlin bottom of the track, out of the saddle. Now he doesn't want that element of surprise to come from Dennis Dimitri in the second position. They'll come around to get the bell this time. If Carlin crosses the line first, he takes the bronze medal. Dmitriev from Russia, he needs to do something very special indeed if he wants to take this to a decider. We can see the face of the big Russian up to the back wheel of Carlin, but Jack Carlin is too strong on the inside, but only just. He does get through, and it is a bronze medal to Jack Carlin.
He didn't even know. He was looking for the screen results.
He wasn't sure. He wasn't confident on that one.
Look, he took the moves away from Denis Dmitriev, from the bronze medalist last time around. Dmitriev needed to be the one to make the move first, and he didn't get that opportunity. It was well controlled by Jack Carlin. And look at the youngster. Isn't he happy?
24-year-old from Great Britain. He came in as a team sprint expert. That was the event they were hoping to try and get another gold medal in, with Jason Kenny as well, a six-time Olympic gold medalist. But Jack Carlin individually has shown some brilliance, and he got the better of Denis Dmitriev to win the bronze medal. That was a great ride.
It was a cracking ride. A lot of tension.
To be honest, perhaps slightly underestimated the closing speed of Dmitriev. I thought as they came into the finishing straight, it was over then. But no, he really did fight back over the top, and that's why Jack wasn't completely convinced. There's enough there.
Yep.
He just couldn't believe that he was about to get the bronze, I think, because there was about a third of a wheel in front.
And sometimes when you're just willing that finish line to come closer and closer to you, you close your eyes as you lunge at the line, and that's why I think he had no idea. So he's waited till he's got to the back straight, desperately looking at that scoreboard. Where is that second green circle? Next to my name.
Now the next generation of British sprinter is on its way. Jack Carlin, perhaps earlier than expected as well. The extra year delayed from 2020 to 21, perhaps helping Jack Carlin. The big men of international sprinting. Harry Levriessen from the Netherlands up against his teammate, his friend, his training partner, and right now, enemy's a strong word, but they will be taking that into this race. They don't want to see any harm done to the other rider, but they want to win. Jeffrey Hugeland has gone one up in the best of three. And both riders very quick off the start. Hugeland one up. If he wins this, he claims gold. Levriessen, he wants to stop that from happening.
A repeat of the first run. They both know the rider at the front has a good advantage to take the win. Levriessen pushing still. He wants that front position, or he wants some speed from his teammate in Hugeland. He ducks underneath. Coming into 2 laps to go, ducking and diving. This is a fight for the front.
Well, I said enemies, and actually might back that up. The boys are really riding like enemies. Levriessen leads. Hugeland trying to come up around the outside, and he's going to get there as well. He did this in the first ride. It's going to be a long sprint from these two riders. Levriessen, a lot of work to do. He's slightly out of the slipstream. Is there enough track left for him to come around the outside? Jeffrey Hugeland trying to hold on tight round the bend. It's going to be close, and he gets over the top. Levriessen goes one up, or goes one all. One race apiece.
Oh my goodness, I thought he was done like a chicken dinner. But I think because it was a repeat of the first race, Jeffrey Hugeland committed long, committed early. Levriessen was almost ready for it, and what I mean by that is he was ready to hurt to make sure he closed that gap. He fought tooth and nail all the way to the finish line. I don't know where he pulled that last 10 metres.
Wow, that was a great race between the two big men. And it's going to be do or die. The next race, third race, the decider, will be for gold.
It will be. That was a thriller. Henry Levriessen of the Netherlands against his compatriot Jeffrey Hugeland. That was by the width of the tyre, and the tyres are very, very thin on the velodrome. They're not thick like your mountain bike or your hybrid bike that you have in the garage. These are razor thin rubbers around the tyres or around the wheels. So he got him just by a nose, Harry Levriessen. So 1-1 in the men's sprint, with the decider to come, and we'll bring you that as soon as they hit the velodrome. But Jack Carlin has the bronze medal for the Brits, so he beats Denis Dimitriev in the bronze medal match. So another medal goes the way of the UK, and the Netherlands have they've got the gold and the silver already, but who it goes to, we are still to decide on. Argentina, I beg your pardon. That's update for cycling for City Venue Management, Camino Apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. In the women's hockey, it was not Argentina who won last time. It was Great Britain who won back in Rio 2016. I beg your pardon, my error. Argentina won the men's gold medal back in Rio 2016 in the hockey. But these are the world number 1 and world number 2 nations doing battle in the women's gold medal final in field hockey, just as it was yesterday in the men's with Belgium and Australia, world number 1 and world number 2. It was the world number 2 who got the win yesterday, agonisingly so for us Aussies against the Kookaburras in that penalty shootout in the hockey. The world number 2 here is Argentina, so if that's an omen, then Argentina will be feeling comfortable heading into this one. The match has just started, so it's first quarter, 0-0. We are 5 and a bit minutes in between the Netherlands and Argentina in the women's hockey gold medal final. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. The decider of the men's sprint is coming up shortly, so we'll take you back to the velodrome for the final time this Friday evening. And we've also got Carly McCulloch coming up in her 1 of 16 repechage, so the round 2 repechage to try and get into round 3 tomorrow. All that and more on the way here on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games 2020.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, lovely pie, mates of 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Back to the velodrome, the final of the best of 3 series between the men's sprints. The 2 Dutchies, Harry Laverson and Jeffrey Hoogland, they've just set off on their first lap.
Oh, there's no love lost now. They're teammates. They rode very well together to win the gold medal in the team sprint, but they both want this sprint gold medal. And it's Hoogland in front, Laverson in second position. They'll come around to get the bell. And it's been incredibly tight between these 2 riders. Jeffrey Hoogland leads into the bell. Harry Laverson right up onto his shoulder as they go down the back straight. Oh, and it's going to be really comfortable for Laverson as he goes round the outside. Hoogland had nothing left in the legs, and Harry Laverson comes through to claim the gold. What a ride. What a performance. And it's the first time that the Netherlands go 1-2 in a track cycling Olympic Games competition.
That was sensational. You could see at the start line, Laverson was taking deep deep breaths. Hoogerland was swallowing his lunch, and that was remarkable. That was a hard fight for both Dutchmen.
And it is also the first time that they have won 3 gold medals in the one competition at the Olympic Games on the velodrome. Fantastic sprinting by the Netherlands.
Absolutely. So Laverson from Hoover.
So Harry Laverson takes his second gold medal in these games after the Dutch won the team sprints a couple of days ago, beating his teammate from that team sprint here now in the individual sprint, Jeffrey Hoogland. So gold and silver for the Netherlands, which we knew was going to happen anyway because they both qualified for the final. But it is gold for Harry Laverson and silver for Jeffrey Hoogland. So the men's sprint is done. Now we watch on as Carly McCulloch takes to the velodrome for heat number 2 of the women's round 2 repechage. This is in the women's sprint. So if Carly McCulloch here of Australia defeats Zhong Tianxi of China, then she goes through to round 3 tomorrow, or the 1 of 8 finals as it's officially labelled. Carly McCulloch is at the top of the embankment. Let's see if she wins this sprint race to qualify into the next phase of the women's sprint. Back to Scott Nana.
This is where Carly is going to have to get physical. She's going to need to keep this as low and slow as possible and as short as possible. Tianxi Zhong, even though the qualification speed is very similar, she's just got a bit more length than Carly. And Carly needs to really take control of this race. She needs to be aggressive in every decision that she makes.
She needs to channel her inner Olivia Newton-John and get physical here. Here we go.
Back position, Scott. That is a surprise to me. So she's looking for a bit of speed and height on the track.
Zhong in front, slow pace to start with. That's not unusual. McCulloch, let's see what she's got. She has to win this to stay in the competition. A little bit of extra height now. Still a lap and a half to go.
Pushing, more speed. Being a bit threatening here to Zhong, wanting her to commit early. She's not getting the response that I think she's after.
And now gaining a little bit of extra height. Acceleration, though, up high, and she'll go into the slipstream. She now needs to really accelerate to the back wheel of Zhong. Get really fast up around the outside. Caught on the hip, though. She's stuck on the outside. It's a long way up this straight, and it's unfortunate for McCulloch. Not going to go through to the next round. That's her sprint competition done. Zhong progresses, and Carly McCulloch, unfortunately for Australia, has been beaten. That's it for her sprint competition.
So Zhong Tianxi of China got Carly in the end by 0.117 of a second, and Carly McCulloch's campaign comes to a close as she misses out on qualifying for the next phase of the sprints. So Zhong of China goes through into the 1 of 8 finals, or the 3rd round of the sprint competition, and Carly McCulloch is out. This isn't her pet event. The Kieran was, which was yesterday, which was the multi-rider event. They have 6 to a velodrome. The sprint is 2 to the track, and so Zhong defeated Carly McCulloch, and she is out. So that's it for the action today on the velodrome. You heard the gold medal earlier going to the Netherlands through Harry Laverson, Jeffrey Hoogland the silver, and Jack Carlin the bronze for Great Britain, and Carly McCulloch is done. We will take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. We'll dip in and out of the women's gold medal match in the hockey. It is also the Netherlands looking for another gold here after they just took one in the cycling, but the Netherlands against Argentina in the women's final a little bit later on. Now, track and field will be our main go tonight because there's plenty of Aussies in line for a medal, with Mackenzie Little, Kelsey Lee Barber and Catherine Mitchell lining up in the women's javelin final at 10 to 10 Eastern time, and then at 10 to 11 Eastern time will be Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull. So those are our 2 events. Ryan Gregson will join us later on in the program after 9 o'clock to go through the program for the night. Not only the events involving the Aussies, but the other events of the night, which also include the heats of the men's 4x400 metre relay sprint and everything else happening on the track as well. There's a men's 5,000 metre event. There's the not part of the track event, but the field event. As I said, we've got the pole vault tonight. We've got the javelin tonight for the women's with the 3 Aussies involved. Got the women's 400 metre final involved, and we've got the 2 4x100 relay finals as well, both women's and men's. So there's still plenty to look forward to tonight on on the track and field program, but Ryan Gregson will be our track expert in about 45 minutes from now. The women's football final as well is tonight. It is the Sweden versus Canada matchup. Australia obviously were hoping to make it through to this when we played Sweden in the semi-finals, but the Matildas lost the other night. So the gold medal match starts at 10 p.m. Eastern, Sweden and Canada for the women's gold in the football. We'll take a break here on SEN's coverage of the games. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll head out to a bit of the hockey, and we'll also just do a quick around the grounds wrap around of what's been happening on day 14 of the Tokyo Games here on SEN.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus BDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, Xero.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo Games. Jordan Canellis with you over the course of the night. Plenty to come from the track and in the field. A lot from the team sports as well to give to us tonight. Plenty on offer from the hockey. The final is still at 0-0 between the Netherlands and Argentina. This is the gold medal match for the women's field hockey. So world number 1 and world number 2 here. The Dutch and Argentina at 0-0 start of the second quarter. And the women's football gold medal final is coming up later tonight in about an hour 40 from now, 10 p.m. Eastern time. A bit of what's happening around the grounds from our Aussies across some of the other sports. In the women's rhythmic gymnastics tonight, one of our only competitor in the rhythmic gymnastics, but one of our only competitors over the course of the last few games is Lydia Yakovleva, who is a Russian-born gymnast who has moved to Australia and is Australian. She is 17 years old in the rhythmic gymnastics. They've completed the qualification stage of the event, and Lydia Yakovleva has finished 23rd overall out of 26th. So she, in the hoop rotation, the hoop apparatus, she was 23rd. In the ball apparatus, she was 23rd. In that individual rotation, she had the 19th best score for the clubs, and then she had the 24th best score for the ribbons. So she finished 23rd overall and didn't qualify for the next phase, which is the final. So there's no semi-final, straight into the final, but she missed out on making the final. But still, very good from her, the 17-year-old, to compete at the Olympic Games and put up some pretty solid scores on her behalf. The scoring isn't, the discrepancy between the scoring isn't huge either. So she was only a few points off really finishing midfield and maybe getting a reserve spot into the final. So with a bit more improvement, and I'm sure in a couple of years from now, when she's 20 years old by Paris 2024, she'll be at the same level of the other more senior competitors in her pool. But Lydia Yakovleva is done for the rhythmic gymnastics. The modern pentathlon, we've had a bit of progress here, actually some positive progress from our Australian in the women's modern pentathlon. Keeping in mind we are the reigning champions here at the modern pentathlon, with Chloe Esposito taking gold 5 years ago in Rio. Marina Carrier is our only Australian representative now. Chloe Esposito not going to the games. Marina Carrier had been down near the bottom after the 5 modern pentathlon legs, by the way, are fencing, swimming, horse riding, and then the laser run, which combines 2 disciplines together. So it's shooting and running. So they run, then they stop, they have to shoot a target, then they get back up, they run a bit more, they have to get back down, shoot a target with a rifle, keep on going. So it's the 4th and 5th legs of the modern pentathlon are combined in one event. So they've gone through 3 events so far of the 5. Marina Carrier wasn't so good in the fencing. She was one of the lowest ranked fencing competitors. She ranked about midfield, I think, in the swimming. So they have to swim a 200-metre heat, and she swam. Let me find the swimming. Where are we? Back up here. She was. Oh, I've lost it again. She was 27th, so she was actually near the bottom. She was 27th in the swimming discipline. In the fencing, she was down near the bottom as well. But in the horse riding, she blitzed it, and she got the 10th. She got the 3rd best score in the show jumping in the horse riding, and that's rocketed her up from about mid-20s into 10th. So she's in the top 10 now with one more discipline to go. I hope she's a good shooter and runner, because she could come from the clouds here, Marina Carrier, and get to the top. The gap isn't huge either. So currently leading the modern pentathlon for the women is Yuliana Batashova from Russia, with Kim Se-hee from Korea and Sarolta Kovacs from Hungary in the top 3. Marina Carrier is about 40 points off the top, so she can potentially make that difference up if she does very well in the laser run, which is the final event, and the top 3 or 4 score a little lower. She could come in for medal contention. So that show jumping leg in the modern pentathlon for Marina Carrier has done her a world of good. So we keep an eye on the Aussie in the women's pentathlon as she has, as I said, she's flown up into the top 10. We are one fight away from Tsuniri Yahiro in his final event in the karate. He's already been knocked out. He's sitting at the bottom of his group of 5, but he does have one fight left against Noah Beach. I'm pretty sure he hasn't fought that. I haven't just taken my eye off the karate for a moment as the cycling has been on. I'll just double check and make sure. No, he's up next. I didn't think he'd fought. So he's up next on the mat after the Ukrainian and the Egyptian are done. Let's have a go at these names. Stanislas Haruna and Abdulaziz. Very, very easy, those ones. So Tsuniri Yahiro will be up after that on the mats at the karate. For the time being, let's go into the hockey, the women's gold medal final, Netherlands and Argentina, which is locked at 0-0. And as soon as Tsuniri Yahiro is up on the karate mats for his final bout at the Olympics, we'll take that. But to the hockey we go.
Nice desperate work from Hankunis, but still the score comes forward for the Dutch. Out to Matla. Matla, leading goal scorer in the competition, and she is impeded there by Retegi. Penalty corner. And now Matla might get another opportunity to score.
Retegi just being a little bit too forceful there, of course, taking the body. I guess she was a little bit worried that Matla was going to have a free shot on goal. Came a little bit gun-ho. You can approach those shots, those players, I guess, if you can just channel those players out wide, back your goalkeeper, that a shot from a tight angle, they're going to be able to save. But when you're under pressure and somebody scoring a lot of goals is in front of you, she scored 9 goals already for the Olympics, so she's clearly a threat, and that can worry teams.
Keatles will inject. Matla looking for a 10th goal, appealing for another penalty corner, and the umpire has awarded it. First Olympics for Frederica Matla. She's a 24-year-old, won World Cup gold in London in 2018, but what a statement for the first Olympics to be the leading goal scorer. Can she hit double figures? Can she give the Netherlands the lead right here? Injected again. Matla again. And scoring again! She's done it 10 times in Tokyo, and the Netherlands in the gold medal match has the lead, and you wouldn't know it if you looked at the body language of Alison Adden.
And Matla scoring a 10th goal, and this is what Marcia Powman has done for a long time, and it's a changing of a guard, I guess, that she's there coaching this younger generation of drag flickers. She herself is somebody that changed the game of hockey and women's hockey in terms of what we can do from the top, and it's what the Dutch do so well. They're so dangerous, and Alison Adden, she had a moment of joy and then straight back into business for it. They know just how important the first goal is. It takes that pressure off the team. They've come in as hot favourites, and when you are hot favourites, it can put that pressure on you as the team rather than the other team. The other team's got nothing to let go, you know. So the first one there for the Netherlands, and they've been looking dangerous. They've had control of most of this quarter. There was a 5-minute patch in the first quarter where Argentina had a little bit of opportunities for them, presented for them.
The scorer hasn't controlled that pass from De Gera, and Raposo runs the ball. Garanato. This is Victoria Garanato. I thought she'd turn that over. So Argentina now chasing the game. Raposo inside the circle she goes. Raised ball. The Dutch will come out promptly.
It feels as though the Olympics for Argentinian women team, it's been a bit like the Olympics for the Kookaburra men. It's been their bogey event. They've really struggled. They haven't been able to win that gold medal, even though they've been highly ranked for a very long time. It's a very big sport in Argentina, hockey. They had the world's best player, just like the Kookaburra men had Jamie Dwyer. They had their best player, Luciana Aymar, who won that award unprecedented 8 times. Never managed to win that gold medal. They've got their 2 silver medals. They've got 2 bronze medals. They're chasing that elusive gold medal, just like the Kookaburras did for a long, long time.
Margot van Heffen is having a little break in the sidelines. Plays her club hockey with Den Bosch, one of the big clubs in the Hofstrasse.
Hofstrasse, the best hockey competition in the world. It's where all the international players go and play. A lot of international players can't even get games in the club competition there. That's just how strong it is. Semi-professional there. Play a lot together, and then of course they play a lot of international games together in a lot of European comps.
Here they come again. Keitels. Matla still going to Vard inside the circle. Great stick work to Vard. Pulls it back. Could they find another? No. Crashed back in. Kicked away by Suchi. Raised. Made dangerous. Penalty corner.
And they're looking dangerous, aren't they? You don't want to be giving away short corners when you've got someone like Matla on the top there. I did think that was probably an interesting option when they had a couple of players to the left there, but in the end, Suchi had to try to make a save and raise that into her own player in the end. The Netherlands get another chance. 5 minutes to go in this second quarter. It'd be a good handy lead if they could go in with two. Argentina haven't had much of it this quarter.
And Marsica wasn't on at the previous penalty corner. She's back now. If Matla scores here, she will equal the Olympic record. It is Van Marsica though, and she scores! It's Dutch delight. They have two in the gold medal match. And scenes of celebration both on and off the pitch as we approach half-time.
This is why it's just so important to have two drag flickers. You have Matla there who has scored 10 goals. She's just scored one. You'd think that it's going to be coming to her. Instead, we're going to the other battery. And a pretty simple, flat, hard drag flick to the bottom there. It means that the runners don't know who they're running out to. So Trinchinetti had to change her line. She gets there too late. And Suchi, with that entire stretch, unable to save her. And this is what the Australian hockey Roos probably struggled with. They probably didn't have the two dedicated drag flickers at the top, and it probably cost them in the end. Wasn't able to be rewarded with a few goals from their short corners, and that's exactly why you want to have a couple of drag flickers at the top of each circle.
So Argentina squarely challenged by this mighty Dutch outfit. Alberterio tries to get it on the reverse and put it inside the circle. Nothing there. And out of play and will be an Argentinian ball. Alberterio's going to have a few cracks at getting it in there. Again, she's denied. Carlos Retegi's getting increasingly agitated. Denied again. Sharp from Velton. Put them guarding, watching.
This doesn't bother them. They're 2-0 up. They have no problem with this. And a lot of these Netherlands players, they play indoor hockey, which is a completely different style of hockey. We don't play it much here in Australia. It's a very low, it's a very fast style as well, where the ball flings around and you have to get used to being able to defend people like that. So it's a very European style of play. You know, they play it in their winter when it's too cold to be playing on a hockey turf. The turf freezes over. So that kind of small field hockey suits them. It plays into the European style.
Argentina thought that ball was going its way. Instead, Velton and Van Heffen. And now the score. Outside the circle, working its way in. Ball raised, but off the stick of the score there. Or was it a stick check? It's going to be an Argentinian ball all the same. Maria Garanato persevered through the midfield. Toccolino to Salsa. Gorzaleni. Barrio-Novo. Well handled. Pass, you can see what Garanato was trying to do. It's worked out okay because Trinchinetti can come forward. She is tackled though and dispossessed. Away comes Sanders. It's getting a little messy over there.
So the Netherlands have a 2-0 lead over Argentina, with goals coming just 3 minutes apart through Margot van Geffen and also 3 through Kaya van Massacre from the penalty corner. We'll come back to that match as it continues on, but the Netherlands have that 2-0 lead in the gold medal match in the women's hockey final. Let's take you back, though, to karate. It's the last fight for Tsuneri Yahiro, the first ever time karate's been at the Olympics, and therefore the first ever karate Olympian that Australia has had. He is up against Noah Beach, who's only won 1 match so far in this pool stage. Let's hope that we can see Tsuneri Yahiro off with his first win in his last fight here in this Kumite 75 kilograms.
A decent attempt at a punch there from Bish on the way through. And a good start for the German. And you mentioned the efforts of Yahiro Tsuneri. The Australian has shown great ability in patches, just couldn't quite sustain it against, of course, the top 10 in the world here. But deserving of something to go back to Australia with. But Bish will not be in a charitable mood. He's got that 1-point lead. Fighter in red trying with the back leg tourniquet, both clashing there. A sore one to the knees of both men as they limp away. But they're made of tough stuff, of course.
And a nice little wink too.
Are you okay?
Partner winking to each other. That's great. That's great. Let's hobble over here, guys. They're both. What is such a contrast with the actions that we've seen, and this is how it happened. Very painful. Yep. Knee to knee.
Yep.
Bone to bone. And that's an area that they carry no padding. They have a shin guard, they have a foot pad, they have hand pads, they have gumshoe, they have chest guards, they have nothing on their knees. And when you have a bone against bone, that's where the pain really comes from.
No question. The adrenaline will keep them going, though, in this one. A nice show of respect from both karateka. But the pleasantry's over. Back to business. And it is the German Bish with the lead. Good little turning kick, or the roundhouse on the inside. Well blocked, though, by Bish.
A hero desperately wants to get a win, so he can get at least 2 points. If he wins the bout, he gets 2 points. That'll put him on 4, level with Azakanov and Busa. Azakanov has already had his 4 matches, so he won't be able to get any more points. Busa has 1 match left, and he could get more points. If he does, and he gets at least a draw, it will put him on 5. He would go through in the semi-final along with Agiev.
And that Busa matchup against Agiev.
Wouldn't that be something?
It's going to be a tough one. The final matchup coming, a spinning technique on the way through there. Yahiro Tsuneri.
And there's a call for the kick from the coach from Australia.
Well, he needs something to hang on to here. He's got the memories, of course, and he's contributed mightily, trying everything, spinning around.
That was the first kick that went up. Here comes the second. Oh, my word, that looks close, doesn't it? What an amazing shot. That freeze frame looks fantastic. But on its own, doesn't tell us whether it's vigorous application, doesn't tell us whether it is the right criteria for Ippon, but it looks mightily close from there. What do these two make of it? Juan Antonio Velasco, Pirkko Heinonen say yes, they agree as well. And what a fantastic call from the coach. 3 points. He now leads against Noah Beach. That was a fantastic call from the coach. Here's a point from Noah Beach, though, as Yahiro steps forward, walks into trouble.
Will he be walking back with a win? The Aussie up on his toes, good roundhouse kick to the body there by way of response from Bish.
Now, that confidence from Yahiro Tsunari has drawn him both into 2 defensive counters from Noah Bish. And here he is with another 2 points. He's taken the initiative back now. He has 4 points and he has the Senchu against Tsunari, who only has 3.
Turning on the techniques, spinning, trying to go with the reverse kick up to the head there. The Australian in red, good punch from Bish, keeping it simple as the glove flies off. His Olympic journey, the German in blue, hanging in the balance here.
Absolutely it is, because he still has potential, because there are others on the same scores as him with 4 points. If he can come up with a win here, he put pressure on Busa, because Busa is sitting with 4 points. Busa gets a loss, he goes down with 4. Zakhanov is already on 4. He can't get any more chances to get any more points. If Bish gets 2 points, he'll be on 4 as well. So there'll be 3 of them on 4 points, and it'll be down to Busa to see if he can get into the semi-final to join Rafael Agiev and score 5 points.
Yeah, and he will indeed be fighting against Agaev in the last match, the one after this. But it's all about this moment here. Thomas Nishman throwing the card up for Team Germany.
Unsuccessful on this occasion.
What an occasion it is. Down the stretch we go.
Into the last 48 seconds. And can Yahiro Tsunari from Australia get himself another point or 2 as the clock starts to tick down? Noah Bish gets himself in trouble with a Shukoku. That's a category 2 warning and the yellow card. Go with it. Loses balance. Bish is down on the tatami. Yahiro Tsunari not being able to cash in on the opportunity. 32 seconds still on the clock, and Bish this time does find the range. Puts in that Jodanzuki, that high punch to the face, scores the point. Springs coming out of the Australian fighter.
Looking for the spin, but going for the win is Bish. And the German sees it coming, steps round the corner.
And into the last seconds. And there was a couple of kicks coming up there. There was an attempt for a Sasori Geri, which is the scorpion kick. But it wasn't going to be successful. 3.5 seconds on the clock. Bish is going to be warned for pushing. 2 judges agree. Hansoka Chui, he'll lose the Senchu. Watch the little S go. There it is, gone. 3.5 seconds. Now, if Yahiro Tsunari could score 2 points, they would equal on scores. It would be a draw, 1 point each. There is a Hansoka Chui for Tsunari. He's now on level 2. Hansoka Chui, category 2. Into the last second, and it's an amazing finish again. As we see, the clock is 0-0. It was scored in the last second. An Ippon from the German, Noah Bish. Up go the flags, up go the arm for the Ippon. 8 points to 3. That's 4 for the win. 2 points for this win, 4 points overall.
Well, they embraced in the end, both karate cap, but embracing the opportunity. Noah Bish there. The excellent efforts of Tsunari Yahiro, despite the scorpion kick at the end. There was no sting in the tail for the Aussie. And it's Noah Bish marching on. Is he still in contention? He hopes so. And we get to find out. That's the penultimate bout. 1 more to come in this one. Good efforts though.
So Tsunari Yahiro, our Australian competitor in karate, our first ever practitioner in karate as it makes its debut here at the sport in the 2020 Tokyo Games. He goes out unfortunately winless at the bottom of the group. He did get off to a flyer with a 3-1 lead against Noah Bish from Germany, but 5 scoring shots in the end from the German meant that he won 8 points to 3 at the end. So for Tsunari Hero, 33 years old. A great effort, though, to make it to the Olympic Games as Australia's first ever competitor in karate. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. We've got the women's gold medal match in the hockey. The Netherlands have just scored another goal as well at the end of that second quarter. So at half-time, it is 3-1 as Argentina scored only a moment after that. 1 goal to Van Geffen, 2 goals to Van Massacre of the Netherlands, and Gorzelani from Argentina has their only goal. So 3-1. It's Netherlands looked good, but Argentina just picked back a bit of the momentum before half-time. A break and more after this. Ryan Gregson will be 15 minutes away to preview the program tonight on The Track.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely economy makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it. But men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. 8 serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. 8 serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. Jordan Canellis here with you through till midnight. We are underway in the final event of the women's pentathlon. So our Aussie, Marina Carrier, who was just hovering around the 20s in the ranks, flew up the leaderboard after the third event in the women's show jumping on the horses, and she's up into 10th. So she's in the top 10 as they enter the last event here, which is the laser run, which combines two events, which is shooting and then running as they alternate, shoot, then run, then shoot, then run. So let's hope that Marina Carrier is good at this, because she could, if she flies through there, she could pinch a medal if she does very well. She's 40 points off the top lead, and about 30 points off the podium place. So let's hope that Marina Carrier of Australia can go through and medal as Chloe Esposito did in Rio 2016. The men's bronze medal match in the football is coming to a heated end. Mexico lead 3-1 with 2 minutes left in regulation time. So they look like they'll get the bronze, but there's a bit of feeling in this match as Japan have a free kick which they set up, and they've just missed a shot at goal, which from the top of the box scoots past the bottom left corner. And the women's hockey final is back underway in the second half. The Netherlands leading 3-1. Let's take you in and hear a little bit of the modern pentathlon, because this has Australian ramifications on it, with Marina Carrier in the top 10 and hoping to push up a little higher here in the last of the 5 legs. Well, this combines the 4th and 5th leg together. The laser run. Let's take you in to our commentary team.
Barashova can pick up time there, so let's not call this too early, but Kate French is up front and leading this race for gold.
Doesn't she just look so focused? This is an athlete who has been so consistent. I can't state this enough. She knows exactly how to deal with this pressure. She knows how to run fast. That's a fact. A lot of these athletes know how to run fast. But French has come in off the back of a wonderful training block, being pushed by her training partners, and now leaving the rest of the field in her wake. Charlotte Kovac will have regained a lot of fitness after that operation, but how much did she lose earlier in the year? She's also a performer at the top level. Sotero closing the gap a little bit on the run, but she's going to need to hold her card in the shoot if she's going to close at all. Batashova in that painful position of 4th at the moment, but you'll notice the rest of the field really adrift.
Well, French miles up front, a good 50-metre lead here. This gives her an advantage into the shoot. And Kate French is back in the range.
Oh, look at this, stride for stride between Sotero and Kovac. Sotero's been the one struggling a little more on the shooting range, but French will already be underway with those first few shots. Remember, French and Kovac left the range together after the second shoot, and look at the gap she's opened up purely from the running. She's got 3 green lights already, Kate French. You can see the sweat on her face, and look at the calmness, the way she even put her pistol down. She is out of the range, and the rest have only got 3 or 4 shots on their target. Kovac, a good shoot for the Hungarian, but French is looking cool as a cucumber.
She certainly is, and at the moment she's maintained that 50-odd metre lead that she had. She pulled away from Kovac on the last lap, and if she can do that again, she's putting herself in a monumental position here. The British athlete leading out the front here in the laser run here for the women's modern pentathlon event at Tokyo 2020.
Well, we can see some of the other athletes who are making up the numbers still on the range. French left long ago, just trying to wipe the sweat off her face. She's got that sweatband. It is so extremely hot in this arena. She won't be letting that worry. She'll know she's in the same situation as all the rest of the athletes. The British team were using the heat chambers to try and acclimatise to this heat, and French just makes Ramirez look like she's out for a jog in the park as she flies past the Brazilian, lapping her. This is an incredible performance by Kate French. Charlotte Kovac keeping the hopes alive for Hungary, such a strong nation in the modern pentathlon. She's had a tough year. She is still in the fight, just 12 seconds back, but that gap tends to open up throughout the run with French looking so controlled. Sotero slow on the shooting range again, still leading ahead of Batashova as
they battle it out in that third place position. And we can just see the rest of the field. Kim, who set off in second, she's 22 seconds back. Elodie Cavell looked like she could threaten, 25 seconds back. Laura Azadar-Skaiti, only 26 seconds off. Now, I don't think she can threaten French at this point, but she could still get on the podium.
Well, still thrilling, certainly for the second lots of medals, and there is Azadar-Skaiti trying to become the first woman to win 2 Olympic medals in the pentathlon. Kate French up the front, being chased down still. It is Kovacs from Hungary, from Sotero of Italy. And there are the athletes in second and third place. The Italian clinging on still. She looked tired in the first lap, but she's somehow managing to stay with Kovacs and Matashova there also maintaining a fourth place.
Well, look at this from Laura Azadar-Skaiti. She is an absolute weapon on the V-Laser run, and she is screaming through the field right now. She has just overtaken Elodie Cavell, as though Cavell was stuck in some mud. And we can see the blue vest of Sotero in the front of the picture. Matashova.
We'll cut in here to the modern pentathlon. We've got one more break to get to, but an update on where Marina Carrier sits in this race. She did come into the final leg of the modern pentathlon sitting in the top 10, but in this laser run, she is now 21st overall, so she's probably going down the order as a result. Kate French from Great Britain sits in first in this race, with Alice Sotero from Italy in second and Sarolta Kovacs of Hungary in third, followed by Yuliana Batashova of Russia in fourth. So Marina Carrier, who was looking like a good chance for a top 10 or maybe higher, is being left behind here in the final event of the modern pentathlon. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We're going to have Ryan Gregson join us in about 5 or so minutes to go through the program tonight from the track.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
The Tokyo 2020 Games, the modern pentathlon has just come to a finish. Let's take you back to our call team.
It's Kate French of Great Britain, Olympic champion. third place is being picked up here, but what a run. And it was that final shoot from Kate French that was incredible.
So Kate French from the UK picks up another gold medal, which means Britain now go level with Australia on 17 gold medals in these games. She came from 5th heading into the last event to take out the gold at the end, and Marina Carrier of Australia will finish around 23rd or so. World champ Kelsey Lee Barber, Catherine Mitchell and Mackenzie Little launch a three-pronged Aussie attack in the women's javelin final. Tokyo 2020 live free in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. And Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall are firmly in the medal mix in the women's 1500 metres on a huge night of athletics for Australia in Tokyo. We'll preview it next with Ryan Gregson.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, we're lovely economy mates of 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to Tokyo 2020 here on SEN for Mates, Internet and Mobile, and for Zero. This is the night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Send us a text at any time, 0433 98 11 16 for Tempur, a mattress like no other. Ryan Gregson, our track expert, will be with us over the course of the next couple of hours to go through what is happening on the track tonight, what medal chances Australia has, and what the other big events are to look out for over the course of this evening involving the Aussies. We have 2 Australian events tonight in the track and field involving Australians in medal finals. So one is in the field, the javelin, with Mackenzie Little, Kelsey Lee Barber and Catherine Mitchell going up against the rest of the world to try and get a medal. And then in the women's 1500 metres at 10 to 11, Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull, who have been exchanging Australian records over the last couple of weeks and months and last couple of days for that matter, will be in the 1500 metre final just around 11 p.m. tonight. Coming up in a moment, we have the women's gold medal match, or when I say a moment, call that an hour, the women's gold medal match in the football, Sweden and Canada. The women's gold medal match in the hockey is Netherlands 3, Argentina 1, with a couple of minutes to go in the third quarter. And the bronze medal has been taken out by Mexico in the football, the men's football, which ends 3-1 on last checking. Yes, 3-1 is the score in the men's football, a match which ended with a bit of heat about it. The two teams were coming together, almost coming to blows in the last 10 or so minutes, the Mexicans and the Japanese, but Mexico take the bronze in the men's football, and the Japanese players are in tears on the field as they miss out on getting a medal in their home event. The night session brought to you by Tyre Power. Let's head into the third quarter is about to end actually, so we'll just hold off in a minute. The recap of the modern pentathlon. So Kate French, she takes the medal for the UK, with Alice Sotero finishing in second and Sarolta Kovac in third for Hungary. In fact, it will be Sorry, that was the end of the laser run. So Kate French gets the gold. Sarolta Kovac does get the bronze, but it's Laura Asadauskaite of Lithuania who gets the silver medal. So she jumped up on points. The final placing of Marina Carrier, after being in the top 10 with the last leg to go, she actually finishes now down in 27th position. So Marina Carrier of Australia finishes 27th of 36 positions in the women's modern pentathlon there in Tokyo. And the golf standings at the end of round number 3. So our Aussie Hannah Green has made a jump. She scored 4 under 67 in the third round today to go up into third, tied for third with Lydia Ko, Emily Pedersen and Monet Inami of Japan. So Hannah Green is right there in the mix for a medal, with Nelly Korda leading 15 under par for the tournament, and Aditi Ashok of India with 12 under. So Hannah Green is 5 shots off the lead and 2 shots off a silver medal, but is tied for third in that bronze medal position. And Minjee Lee of Australia is tied for 34th. She shot a 2 over 73 for the day, round 3 today, and is 1 under for the tournament. So she's had an indifferent tournament. She shot 3 under yesterday, so she got back under par after shooting even on the first round. Back under par yesterday, back over par today for the round, and 1 under for the tournament, Minjee Lee. So it's been a bit up and down for Minjee, but Hannah Green is doing all right. This was a good round for her, having shot. I'm just trying to do the math here. 6 under on the second round, and as I said, 4 under today. So she's made up some placings in the last 2 rounds of the women's golf. Earlier today, we had the cycling. So from the cycling events, Carly McCulloch was our representative in the women's sprints. Through the qualifying stage, she finished with the 14th highest time. She took on Elise Andrews of New Zealand and lost by 0.2 of a second to go through to the repechage in the first round, where she then defeated, in a battle of 3, Yuli Verdugo and Charlene Duprez of Mexico and South Africa, respectively. Made it through to the second round, where she then lost to Kelsey Mitchell, and then through to the repechage of the second round, where she lost to Zhong Tianxi of China. So Carly McCulloch won't be back out on the velodrome tomorrow in the sprint. In the women's Madison, our pair of Georgia Baker and Annette Edmondson finished with 9 points for the race and were 7th overall, as the UK took the gold medal in the women's Madison, with Denmark the silver and Russia the bronze. And our medals today, Australia, as we do a medal update for Rebel Sport. Our 2 medalists today were Mariafe Artacho del Salar and Taliqua Clancy, who lost the women's beach volleyball final earlier in the afternoon to the USA 2 sets to love, and so they got the silver medal. The US take the gold, and Switzerland got the bronze medal. And Harry Garside took bronze in the men's lightweight division in the boxing, the first time that Australia has had a boxing medal for 33 years. Not since Seoul 1988 have we had a medal. The updated medal tally for Rebel Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. So if I just do a quick refresh on the ladder, now that we've had Britain win another gold medal. So the UK go into 4th, Australia go into 5th on 17 gold medals apiece, but split by 18 silver medals for the UK and 6 silver medals for Australia. So Australia into 5th, the UK up into 4th on the medal tally for Rebel Sporting Dreams start at Rebel. We'll just take a little bit of this last quarter here of the Netherlands and Argentina in the women's gold medal match in the hockey, and then we'll have a chat to Ryan Gregson in a second.
Salsa. Gorzelani sweeps it forward. Attempted deflection from Tocolino, kicked away easily by Koenig. Like a pass to Albers. Cullen. One back. Sanchez played it into Cullen. Argentina coming again. Roll the dice, nothing to lose. Alonso inside the circle, foot found. Opportunity, penalty corner. It hit the foot of Nunning, and Argentina gets its chance, and even the umpire seems to be enjoying it.
Lauren Delforge from Belgium, so she would know these girls very, very well. It's a tight-knit community there between Belgium and the Netherlands, and Argentina are giving it a crack. They're throwing everything at it. I'm sure Alison Annan, the coach of the Netherlands, would have given her team a fair whack at three-quarter time, saying, what are you girls doing? You can see the difference between how they played in the first quarter compared to the second, and then it's changed back in the third. So they will need to pick up their game and keep this one out if they want to keep that good lead.
Gorzalani sets herself again. The drag flick from Gorzalani into the running leader by Velton. Another penalty corner. Agostina Gorzalani scored with a second to go before the hooter at half-time. One below the left knee.
Just see how brave these girls are. They ran such tight lines.
Take two for Argentina to find two. And again, leader by Velton is found. So found her twice instead of the goal defended by Koenig, and Carlos Retegui's had to go and retreat.
Such a good line there from leader by Welton. You can see it was lifted into her body. If you're within the 5 metres and it's lifted into your body, it's dangerous.
Check Alison Annan's pulse. She's so relaxed. She's very quickly become Dutch in her demeanour.
Yeah, she's been living over there for quite a long time now. Speaks the language, lives the life.
Great of Australian hockey. The architect, perhaps, of the gold medal winning performance that takes the Netherlands past Australia's 3 golds. 1988, 96 and 2000. Phoenix. Poor pass. Gorzalani in the road. She was harassed. Nobody's did enough to hold her up. Fresh troops ready to come on the field for the Netherlands as Argentina looks to come forward through midfield. Salsa. Raposo. Play it goes. It's not going to help matters. 11 minutes to go in the gold medal game. You can hear the Dutch fans inside the stadium. So good to have some atmosphere. This being at the back end of the Olympic Games, and still some athletes and officials in the village looking to get out and cheer on their nations. Albers. Inside the circle it goes. Cleared away. Barrio Novo. Cincinnati. Proccolino. Couldn't get it back to the player she received it from. The Dutch work it around. Sanders. All cut out by Salza of Argentina. Intervention came. And over it goes. The score. Velton moves it quickly. Raposo trying to guard this champion player. Poke tackle over the sideline, won't worry Velton. He can keep his water bottle in check at the moment. Carlos Retegi, let alone his temper, his temperament.
I just wonder if he's talking to himself, the players on the bench or the players on the field. Sometimes hard as well when you have an animated coach like that to channel that energy in the right way. We had to try to move Adam Commons, our coach, when I was playing, to move him away sometimes just because that nervous energy can then be transferred onto the field.
Good ball into the midfield. Sanchez spins, plays it out wide. Forward comes Victoria Granato. Albertario, a sweeping ball. Raposo inside the circle, deflected off the stick there of Garanato, Maria Garanato. Alonso keeps possession, takes them on. Victoria Garanato dispossessed outside the circle. Free hit Argentina. Well, they're going to challenge this.
He's outside the circle anyway.
Sarah Wilson sorted things out.
The other umpire overruled, saying it is an Argentina free hit.
Gorzalani cut out at the top of the circle. Velton. It's a stick check against Raposo. So time is now of the essence for Argentina.
This is when you start playing with these mind games in your head. Once it starts getting down to single digits on the clock, even though 8 minutes is plenty of time to be able to score a goal. You know, they scored a goal within the last 1 second in that first half.
Heffen. Rudy. All over the back line.
It was well defended there. She just didn't want to touch the ball, knowing that the Dutch players were the last ones to touch it, but she didn't let the Dutch player come and get it either. So very, very smart play from the defender.
Barry Novo, already a silver medalist from London in 2012. It's not the colour she wants. She wants to complete the set. She got bronze as well back in Beijing. 7.5 minutes to do something for Argentina. Albertario guarded closely, top of the circle, brought it inside the circle, was the stick checked. Umpire thought about blowing the whistle and then belatedly did, but not to the enjoyment of the Argentines. There's Hankunis. As the looks on those on the sidelines grow all the more urgent.
Every minute you can see it's getting harder and harder and further away from you.
And controlling this beautifully, the Dutch. Ian Sanders. And all surround. Try to dispossess Phoenix.
Ran and kicked through it on her way through. She wanted to play fast, and that's what you need to play when there's 7 minutes left and you're chasing a game. If it's on, you go, but it's overrunning it a little bit and collecting it with her feet.
And Heffen gives it a mighty crack downfield and just gets it out of there.
A little bit of relief.
Everyone takes a breath. 6.5 minutes to go. 6.5 minutes. Standing in the way of a fourth Olympic gold medal for the Dutch women. A record. Currently tied with Australia on 3 golds.
So that's the current standing in the women's hockey final. The Netherlands have a 3-1 lead over Argentina. And it's looking pretty good. There hasn't been a goal scored in this second half. It was 3-1 at half-time, and the Dutch are just holding firm against Argentina. We'll bring you the final stages of that match when it comes through at the end in there's about 6 minutes to go in that game, but obviously with delays and the clock stopping, it could be up to 10 or 15 minutes by the time that actually gets closed out. We are now looking ahead to the start of the track and field program tonight. We are not far away from it all beginning. We have many events on the track. We've got one event in the field that we're all looking forward to in a couple of moments. The women's javelin final gets underway in about half an hour, 35 minutes from now, with our 3 Australians in there, Kelsey Lee Barber, Catherine Mitchell, and also Mackenzie Little. But the other events, every other event on the night in the athletics are all on the track. Men's 4x400 metre relay heats, 5,000 metre final for the men's, 400 metre final for the women's, 1,500 for the women's, and then both men's and women's 4x100 metre relay finals. Our experts over the course of the last week here on SEN, our coverage of the games has been Ryan Gregson, an Olympian himself, and husband of Jen, who we'll get an update on in a second. But Ryan, good to have a chat to you, and welcome back to SEN's coverage.
Hey, Jordan. Thanks for having me.
So tonight there's a good couple of events coming up with a couple of finals on the way that we're all looking forward to. Plenty of Australians on the way as well. First, I guess just your overall view on what's on the agenda tonight. Which event are you looking forward to the most?
For me, it's definitely the women's 1,500. To get 2 Australians into the final who are running amazingly. They've ran great all year, and a medal will be really hard because the top 2 in the field are outliers. The Dutch girl Hassan and the Kenyan Kipyegon, they are incredible. I think the race will be really fast, but if our girls Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall can have a good race. They both run well in fast races, and I think they'll probably both do personal bests tonight, and that should definitely put them in the top 8 and won't be too far away from a medal.
So you're expecting, if they run their best, top 8 is on the cards?
Definitely, yeah. So Lyndon's ran, 3:59 this year. Jess ran 3:58 to break Lyndon's Australian record in the semi. So that's how good these girls are, but also just they're that good right now. They came to the Olympics in incredible shape. So based off the 2019 World Championship final, which Hassan won and Kip Yaglin comes second, that was won in 3:51. So they most likely will go a fair bit faster tonight. But I think if our girls can run maybe around 3:57, which I do think is possible, they won't be. They should definitely be in the top 8 and wouldn't be too far away from a bronze medal. So
is this this would have to be then their peak form right now of their careers, both Hull and Hall? This is the best they've ever looked?
100%. And you probably wouldn't have thought it would go that way. So Jess Hull had an amazing 2020. So during COVID, she went over to Europe and broke the Australian 1,500-metre record, the 3K record and the 5K record. So she had an amazing 6 weeks during the COVID season last year. But, it's great to break records, but she was, ready, super ready in a year where there was no major championship. And then she got back training after coming back to Australia. She had to come and quarantine in Australia because she needed to be here to sort out a visa because she trains Jess trains in America most of the year. And when she went back to America, she got a stress fracture in her leg, I think just from ramping things back up too quickly from, the layoff in quarantine. So she was out of action for a while there and was still able to come back off not many months running and, be in this kind of shape, which is incredible.
The other events tonight, so we'll dissect that in a bit more detail when we get closer to the start time, which will be at about 10:50, so 10 minutes to 11 Australian Eastern Time in the PM. The other events and the events that are coming up in a moment, so the first one up on the cards is the men's 4x400 metre relay, the first 2 heats here, which is just the 2 heats, gets you straight into the final. So a little preview, we'll take these as soon as they step out onto the track. But heat number 1, the first heat, the USA have the best season best time, which is 3 minutes flat. Germany, you think, will compete hard. Italy aren't far away. How are you seeing this first heat of the 4x4?
I think, America, they've traditionally been so strong at this. They should have no problems. And what you'll probably see is usually most teams have a squad of, say, 6 runners, so they actually won't. The strong nations like the US won't actually run their strongest team in the heats. So they'll probably run a team. They'll probably save their best 2 runners that were in the 400 final yesterday. So it'll most likely be their 3rd to 6th best runners, and they'll probably just do enough to get into the final, and then they'll be an even better team once the final comes around.
And then heat number 2, the times of the teams in heat number 2 look a little slower. Jamaica's in there, but they've probably got one of the slowest season bests of recent times. Japan have looked pretty good on the track the last couple of days, and Poland as well have a lot of good sort of middle distance runners, 400 metre, 800 metre runners. Who are you liking in heat number 2?
I like Poland. Traditionally, they've never had amazing individual stars in the 400, but for some reason in relays, men's and women's, they lift. I don't know, it's something about the changeovers, or they just got incredible depth. I just think they've got really good depth, and it just means so much to them. They're such a proud nation, the Poles, and athletics is a massive sport there. So they really get into the relays, and they usually have a really good run.
Have they always been decent at track? It feels like this is for all the traditional nations around North America, around Africa, obviously, Australia. There's always a couple of European teams, but Poland feels a little left field.
No, they're really, really strong. I'd say out behind, football, soccer in Poland is definitely the second biggest sport. And just across all the events, like they had a guy win bronze in the 800, for instance. They've got good pole vaulters. They've got decathletes. They're very good, traditionally in the technical events. I think they won the women's hammer throw. Like, I think they might have won the men's hammer throw. Like, they are good across the board. So they are a very proud athletics nation. And I think that comes from it being, their second-ranked sport in the country. So they're getting, the cream of the crop. Behind football, they're getting the next best.
How much do you know about India? Because they've got the season best time in that second heat of a 3 minutes 01. Coming out of lane number 2 on the inside, are India any chance?
3:01 would be enough to get them into the final, you would think, maybe. But, once it gets to the final, the winning time would be more like 2:56, 2:57. So they need to go a fair bit faster than that.
After that, we get into the final. So the men's 5,000 metre final, 16 competitors. No Aussies in here. Mohamed Katia of Spain is the world number 3. There are 4 other runners in the field who qualified with a time of 13 minutes and 30 seconds flat, including Josh Cheptegei, who is the world record holder. No Aussies, as I said here, but the 5,000 metres, a good battle of endurance, obviously. What's the key to winning a 5,000?
Being super fit. So usually it's similar medalists to the 10K. There really isn't that much physiologically different in the 2 events. So this will be most likely a contest between the 2 Ugandans, Josh Cheptegei, who you mentioned, and Jacob Kaplimo. So Cheptegei broke the world record last year in Monaco, running 12:35, which if you've ever been to a 400-metre track, it's averaging about 60.4 seconds per lap, 12 and a half times in a row with no recovery. So work that out. It's pretty good going. And his countryman, Jacob Kaplimo, is around 12:48. So I'd say they're the 2 best in the field, but there's this new guy who's the favourite with the bookies, Mohamed Katia from Spain. He's dropped his personal best by a minute this year. He's gone down from 13:50 to 12:50 this year. So, a year ago, literally no one was talking about him, and now he's, with the bookies, he's the favourite to win the Olympic 5K title. So, that will turn a few heads if that happens.
A decent battle, I'm sure, is on the cards. All right, we're about to get underway from the track. It's the first heat of the 2 in the men's 4x400 metre relay. Great Britain, USA are in this. Italy and Germany have good times as well. Let's take you into our commentary team. Bruce McAvaney is calling with Tamsin Manu.
Stars. So Makwala goes off for finalists in the 400 from the outside lane. Sanders for Germany, Stewart for the United States, and then Sorm of the Czech Republic, Chalmers, Great Britain, Sabilio, the hurdler from Italy. Now he's 3 from the right. He made the final of the hurdles. Lendor of Trinidad and Tobago, and then Dobber, as Tamsin talked about, from Holland.
Lendor's really pushing up. He's on the second inside lane, and it's a big stagger to catch up, but he really is motoring the Trinidad and Tobago athlete in lane 1. And Makwala is just going to have to hold off the USA athlete here.
Yeah, Trevor Stewart. So Makwala finished 7th of that final. He had a super semi, 44.59. He hands to TB, who's a bit of a star in his own right, and away goes Randolph Ross. This will be fascinating. Trinidad and Tobago, Jareem Richards goes in for them, who was a finalist in the 200. This should be a really, really big leg here, because I reckon Ross has got a lot to prove, don't you?
Ross has a lot to prove after what happened when he eased up on that line and missed making it through in the 400. But fascinating to see Richards here. He has run fabulous splits over 400 metres. Can he do it again?
So there is Ross leading from Richards at the moment, and Holland with Agard having a good run. So Ross, the fastest time this year in the world, he ran at the Collegiate Championship exactly the same time Gardner ran last night to win the gold medal, and yet he didn't get out of his round. So here he goes. He's been able to round up TB. Let's have a look. Yes, USA just in front, and they're away here. So Dedman gets it for the USA.
Ngozi gets it in second place, a youngster for Botswana. Trinidad and Tobago with Cedinho. We know what a great runner he is. And the Italians are just behind them, and then the Dutch, they've sorted themselves out.
Interestingly, the Italians and Netherlands are still there. You would expect in years gone by that they would be further off the back, and they're working really well here. As you see, USA is in the lead, and Botswana is starting to make a move. He nearly tripped over.
So can the Americans hold them for the moment? The first three to qualify, and then the two. Having a really good run here is Scotty of Italy. He was excellent through the round of the 400 metres. So USA, away goes Vernon Norwood. He's already got a bronze medal from the mixed relay here. The Brits they didn't have an individual run in the 400 for the first time in donkey's ages. So the USA leads Botswana, Trinidad and Tobago, and then Italy and Holland in the back straight.
And Norwood here is just breaking the race apart. What a great back straight by him. The Trinidad and Tobago athlete is going to have to hold off Italy and Netherlands, who are going to come strong, but Botswana's doing really well in second.
So Saint-Hilaire from Trinidad and Tobago, and he looks like he is safely holding Ray at the moment, and Angela having a good run, but the USA, no mistakes here. They're going to go through. This looks pretty quick. This does look a very, very, very fast. Oh boy, there's going to be some running here. 3 minutes. 3 minutes is a pretty solid barrier. Now, the fastest time this year by anyone is 3 minutes .75. So have a look at that, 2:57. That might be about as quick as they've ever done. That's the fastest first round ever in a 4x4 at the Olympics.
We are going to see some serious national records behind the USA team. They have dragged Netherlands and Italy out. I'll be surprised if...
Well, Botswana's broken the African record in second place.
Wow. Look at these times. That was just fabulous relay running. Trinidad and Tobago have qualified, and they have...
And the Dutch get that, or the Italians get that national record in fourth place at 2:58.91. So look, at the moment it's USA, Botswana, Trinidad and Tobago. National records to Italy and Holland. You're spot on there, Tamsin. We're going to take a breath. Jen Gregson's just made her way up to speak to Richo. We'll be back with all the details in the second heat of the 4x4.
Some Olympic athletes finish their Olympic Games with medals, some finish in tears, but unfortunately for Genevieve Gregson, she's ended up on crutches. And Jen, that just broke our heart, mate. How are you now?
Yeah, I mean, it's raw, it's hard. I'm not okay yet, but I will be. I haven't spoken to many people, so that's why I'm a bit vulnerable right now, but I'll be happy soon, just getting through it.
The outpouring of emotion, you've received, no doubt, lots and lots of messages.
Yeah.
Does that help at all?
So much. It's unbelievable. Obviously my family and friends and my husband are just, hurting for me. They're aching, but the Australian public have just been insane. I can't get through all the messages. There's just too many. But I got two weeks of quarantine to go through everything and really try to get back to as many people as possible and just thank them, because the words help. Even if it's just a love heart, it helps. And I'm really feeling the public right now, and I really appreciate it.
When you went over that last water jump, were you feeling any pain leading into that?
No, and I'm still not feeling pain, to be honest, in my foot. It's one of those things, since Rio, I've been dealing with a terrible left Achilles. It's a chronic injury I've had and learned to manage, but, it meant manipulating my training for the last 4 years to get me to this start line. But I think at the end of the day, all that compensation and carrying my left side, something had to give, and it was on the last barrier in my Olympic final. It was my right Achilles. It was a little tender over the last few days. I mean, I had a week off about 3 weeks ago managing the right one when it started to get a bit sore. I just thought I'd make it through, but it was like a gunshot to my heel as soon as I hit the deck, and I didn't even bother. I just reached around and felt that there was no tendon left, and I just laid there in disbelief, but I almost expected it a little bit.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So have you started to contemplate what's next?
Yeah, I mean, the hardest part about this is I feel like I'm not moving forward yet. I mean, I have an Achilles that's just hanging in this boot. But the medical staff here are actually genuine friends. They've dealt with me for 3 Olympic cycles now, and I know them all really well, and they've been sitting with me over the last few days working out a really good plan of where we go from here, and it's looking like I'm not just going to get one Achilles fix, I'm going to try go for both, which means the next year ahead of me is pretty brutal. I'll be wheelchair bound for a while, but Ryan's on his way home and I'll meet him in Singapore and we'll work out a plan from there, and it'll be a good one because we're a good team and I wouldn't have come this far without him. I'm just ready to find a plan for the next year or so because I don't feel like I'm done yet. I love the roads. I think that I've got a lot to give in the marathon or, just in road running in general, and I'm such a proud Australian athlete. I just couldn't imagine a setback like this tearing me away from the sport. I don't see it that way.
Well, the marathon's about guts, and we know that you've got absolutely stack of it. I said after the race, you're the spiritual leader and you've made middle distance running cool. I can assure you there's lots of girls and boys that look up to you. Thanks for what you do, mate. We're all with you in your rehab and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
No, thanks for everyone being on the journey with me. Sorry it ended like that, but I've read every message that I've got so far and it's just been overwhelming, and I feel honoured to represent such an awesome country. And yeah, middle distance running and distance running is pretty cool, and you'll see some more of it tonight.
Well, that was really hard to
Jen Gregson on Channel 7, they threw that one on a slate. I thought we'd take it, though, because we do have her husband, Ryan, with us. He's our expert on SEN. Ryan, welcome back. I don't know if you need a moment to compose, but if you do, feel free. But, I didn't know they were going to take that interview. How do you feel after listening to Jen talk?
It's all right. I've already shed my tears in the hour after the race with Jen, and it was obviously hard watching her. But I will, after I'm on the radio with you today, I will head back to the AOC. Was kind enough to be able to help me out with some flights, and I'm able to meet Jen in Singapore, and then we'll go from Singapore to Melbourne together and then quarantine together. And I think she's able to go for surgery while she's in quarantine. So that'll be really good to, be able to be by her side. And after that surgery, she will be wheelchair bound for a while. And, I'll just be in full husband mode trying to, do what I can and get her through those initial first couple of months, which will be, a huge adjustment.
How has she been in the days afterwards? It's still pretty raw, I can imagine.
Super raw, and it's more when she spoke to Jared on radio the other day. She speaks to Jason on TV now, and it's like when she just goes through it and relives it, it's still so raw that she just can't help but be emotional. But that will get better in time. It just will take a little bit, but what will help is getting the surgery done and then having a bit more of a plan, and then you can kind of start to work out some time frames, albeit they will be loose time frames, but you can start to work out when you might be able to start walking again, start running again, and then you get excited with that whole new challenge. So that will come. It will just take, the grieving period will probably last for a little bit longer though.
I'm actually surprised at how, I don't know if willing is the right word, but how willing she has been, I guess, because she could have said no, to actually talk to the media and tell people about how she's feeling. Is that something that's crossed your mind about how willing she's been and how well she's spoken when she has spoken publicly?
She does speak amazing. It does come natural to her. But I think it's, most of Australia are so invested in the performances of Australians during the Olympics. And I think it's only right to be authentic and transparent. And it's what the fans and people listening in and watching deserve to, be fully part of our journey. And, I'm glad Jen was able to explain to people and just maybe give some insight into, there's obviously a lot of gold medals in the pool, but there are so many other Olympians who leave devastated because they don't get the results they want, and some, might leave in a wheelchair, and it isn't all amazing, and the majority of athletes will leave upset, and it's probably just insightful for the Australian public to see what goes in to just getting to the Olympics with niggles and putting other areas of life on hold, and sometimes what you actually leave with as well, even more issues. So Jen's an amazing speaker, and I'm glad she was able to get her story across.
Her so the timeline and putting that timeline together of what happens now, has she been pretty upbeat and almost diligent about, all right, let's do this, and let's get that path back sorted out quickly, or has it been a little bit slower just as she's tried to process everything?
No, she's been super diligent, and I think that helps because right now she's in the village with the Australian team doctor, the team physios, who she said in that interview with Jason Richardson, they are her friends, because she's been struggling with Achilles issues for, since Rio. So for the last 5 years, she's been, close friends with the medical staff because she's needed to be, and they've been so good to her. So I'm so glad that she's with them now, and she can sort out a plan, which will be putting her mind at ease a little bit. And then the other issue is me. I'm probably a bit too proactive. Like, in the moment I can be emotional, but then within 30 minutes, I'm like, okay, surgery. Okay, it's probably going to be the end of the steeplechase, but now you're going to run the marathon, and it's just like boom, boom, boom. Because I just think the quicker you move on, just the better it'll be, and you can be happy again.
We might take this race. They've just started in the second heat of the 4x400 metres. We'll come back on the other side of the race and we'll dissect the first two heats, and we'll get Ryan's thoughts on the 4x4.
In front of them now, so you get a bit of an idea here when the batons change over, and then they'll get out of the stagger, and then the race does change a bit. The Poles didn't get a particularly good baton change there. India making some progress, so Tom gets it for India. You'll see them push through at the moment. So the Poles will come across. Zaleski, who is a gold medalist in that mixed relay. Belgium have done pretty well here. Sakur's a good runner. Japan's in the mix, and Jamaica also there. So that's Hyde, the 400-metre hurdler, and they've got to gap the first four.
Yeah, and Hyde's found himself in a really bad position because he's either going to have to slow down or just wait for the gap to appear. And the Polish athlete, Kaluski, he actually pulled up in the 400 metres. He's really focusing on these relays for Poland.
Kawabata came very, very wide for Japan, and in doing so, he's lost a bit of ground and some momentum. You can see the French starting to come home pretty well. So Poland, Belgium, Jamaica, France cross in front, India on the back of Japan, and then South Africa. You go, oh, look at the Colombian guy with South Africa. So who was that for Colombia? That was Mina Pedrosa, and DeKale for South Africa. All sorts of problems now in the back straight.
Well, it's Kuzvina from Poland out in front, but Dylan Borlée, now he's been in this position so many times before. It's like you put a baton into that Belgium team and they just run faster.
He's the young one, isn't he? So he's the youngest of them, but he's having a good run here. And then for Jamaica, Bartley's trying to wind up on the French there, and I think he's going to do that and go past Ursini. Still in the mix, India, and so are Japan. So the first three to go through. You reckon the top two have sorted themselves out pretty well. And Belgium away, they got a good break. And Jonathan Borlée, who's an absolute legend, takes them away from Poland with Dzerzhinsky, who, as we see, South Africa chasing hard. So Dzerzhinsky also a gold medalist, and it's Nathan Allen to anchor Jamaica.
Well, Nathan Allen's running beautifully. He's nice and relaxed down the back straight, and he looks like he's almost going to latch back on. As you see the French athlete, Georgia, who's working really hard to get around the Japanese athlete. They know that this third position is very, very important.
And India also trying to make a run, but I think Allen's going too well, don't you? He's holding them at the moment. So Belgium with Jonathan Borlée, and Dzerzhinsky's been impressive here. He's just raced away, and Jamaica qualify as well. It's quick, but it is quick, but it is slower.
Oh no!
Has Borlée hurt himself? wrestled?
I think he has, his hamstring. Poor Jonathan Borlase's hurt himself. Now his twin brother Kevin was rested, so he's just grabbed his hamstring on the line. Now that's the desperation of a 4x4. When you have that baton in your hand, even if you feel that twinge, you just can't stop because you've got three other guys just there for you. You can tell he's really hurt himself, and the other Belgium athletes are worried. But it's all about Poland. They are so successful in these 4x4s at the moment.
They are. Jamaica get through. These are all obviously seasonal best, and Belgium. So those three qualify. India have actually broken the Asian record. Is that going to get them in? I don't think it is. 3 minutes, 0.25 India. So they finish fourth, and they're not going to make it. There you go. That's the standard here. So the Indians, who came in with high hopes, they get that area record. And all 8, I think, are under 3 minutes. All 8 qualifiers are under 3 minutes. So the Indians miss out with an Asian record. And you're right, it looked like Borlase. The Poles, we'll get a good look here. So let's have a look. Jonathan Borlase leading at the moment from Kajicin Jasinski of Poland. And when the Poles went past the Belgians here, you thought, gee, what's going on with Borlase? But
well, you can see his face. Jonathan had done the work to get in front, and he's just hurt himself there. And you can see he's like, because he's got the baton in his hand, he has to keep running. And there's nothing he can do about it. He's going to have done more damage to his leg, but that's how much it meant to him to get that baton across the line for his team so that the rest of his team could run in the final. But he's looking across and he's hurt his leg. He's looking up to make sure that he's got enough space to make it across the line, but you can tell he's hurt that at least 40 metres out, and he's run home just to make sure that the team qualifies for the final.
So the 4x400 metre heat number 2, the relay, is done, and so we have our 8 qualifiers now for the final. Our expert here on our coverage of the games, our track expert, is Ryan Gregson for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Ryan, welcome back. Let's dissect the 2 races first. So we'll start with the one we just saw, heat number 2, and as you mentioned before, Poland really powered over the top to extend that lead and win. Jamaica came home with a bit of a flurry, and then Jonathan Borlase, as Tamsin Manu was elaborating on, looks like he just pulled up lame with a left hamstring, I think it was, at the very end. They'll qualify, but those are the 3 automatic qualifiers from heat number 2. What was your analysis on how you saw the race?
Poland. I'm glad I went on about them before the race. So they actually won this year was the first time in the Olympics there was a mixed 4x4 relay as well. So 2 guys, 2 girls, and yeah, they won that. So just their depth in the relays across the board is really, really strong. Belgium. So what's interesting about the Belgian team, usually they have 3 of them are Borlase brothers. So you got a set of twins and then a younger brother. But it looked like Jonathan there pulled up, so they might sub him in with his twin brother in the final. So there still might be 2 Borlase brothers out there. But I think overall, I think the victory will come from the winner of the first heat, and that will be the US. They looked a step above, a good second and a half stronger than everyone in the second heat.
Yeah, the first heat was Botswana got out to a flyer. They broke the African record in doing that, and they managed to hold on as well to get second. But the USA, all 4 legs, would you say, were better than the next best in Botswana?
Definitely, and I think you'll see in the final as well, they'll race. They'll throw 2 stronger people in as well that race in the individual 400 metre final. So they'll probably get a second faster as well. One thing I will say is this track is results across the board. This track is super, super fast. It's quite often when they make these new tracks, they put this surface down called Mondo, and especially when it's in a hot climate as well, these tracks are ridiculously fast. So that's why you saw so many national records across the board. Like you were talking about India. India ended up not making the final but broke their national record. So that stuff's kind of been happening everywhere through these championships, and it's one of these new tracks. I think there might be a bit more. I don't know much about tracks, but I think there's a bit more technology put into it, and it is super reactive, hard, but super reactive and really fast.
So what makes a fast track? I don't know if you know the science behind it or not, but to a runner, how do they feel that it's faster?
I would say when you're running on it as fast, you just feel like you. It feels bouncy. Yeah, you're getting there's energy return. So for what you put in, you get back. Where say if you're running on a road, it's got no give in it. It's still quick, but it's not as fast as a track that you might push down on the track a little bit and it kind of springs you back and it propels you. So there are these newer tracks that do have aren't soft, but they do have a little bit of give in it. They're the fastest tracks, and combine that with the new developments in spikes that's going on, which has really taken a jump in the last 3 years. Some of the performances of this championships have been crazy.
You were right about the times from the first heat being a lot faster than the second heat. So USA, Botswana, Trinidad and Tobago, Italy and the Netherlands were all from the first heat, and they were all the top 6 qualifiers. Poland are wedged in there with the third fastest time, and then the next best is Jamaica and Belgium, who were the second and third winners from the second heat. So USA, Botswana and Poland, followed by Trinidad and Tobago, go in as the top 4. Is that does that automatically become the list of, or the order of the favouritism?
I think so. I think the US definitely a favourite, and then your minor medals are going to come from Botswana, Trinidad and Tobago and Poland. I'd probably say that it would be Trinidad and Tobago and Poland. I would just back their tradition of being strong relay powerhouses to be able to get the job done.
The other events coming up a little later on tonight. So we spoke about the 5,000 metre, the men's 5,000 metres. After that will be the women's 400 metres, which promises to be interesting. Alison Felix, one of the best runners going around in recent eras for the USA. She only just squeezed in. She'll be racing in lane 9. And then you've got some of the Caribbean runners in Candice McLeod and Stephanie McPherson of Jamaica, Shawnee Miller-Weibo of the Bahamas. How do you think the 400 metres will pan out in the women's event?
So this race is super deep. So everyone this year has run under 50 seconds, which wouldn't usually happen. Usually there'd be some people running about 50.5 who would still make the final. But because everyone has run under 50 seconds this year, that means everyone is a medal chance. So it is super deep across the board. The favourite, though, will definitely be Shawnee Miller-Weibo from the Bahamas. She's comfortably got the fastest personal best, 48.37, and that should get the job done. She tried to do the 200 as well here. She made the final, but when she got about 80 metres to go, she was down the straight. She jogged it in. Some people thought she was hurt, but she wasn't. She just knew that there was no need fighting for the 6th place in the 200 when these girls were just absolutely flying. The Jamaicans were flying in the 2. So she kind of jogged that in and prepared herself so she could recover for the 400, and it's a main event. I think, the gold will go to the Bahamas, Shawnee Miller-Weibo.
So the 200 metres was it ever a matter to her, or was she always going to aim mainly for the 400?
I think it definitely mattered to her. Obviously, the main event is the 400. That's the event where she won the Olympics in 2016, beating diving over the line ahead of Alison Felix. But for her to rock up at the Olympic Games and do a second event, you would only do it if you thought you were a legitimate medal chance. But I think she's got around that. She ran the first bend hard, and Elaine Thompson she was about 10 metres ahead of her after 100 metres, and then she would have been thinking down the straight, what's the point? I've won world titles before. I've won Olympic titles before. What's the point in running for 6th or 7th? I'm better off just not hurting my body and freshening up for the 400-metre heats, which was the next day. And if she wins tonight, that would have been clearly the smart option.
Alison Felix, who is such a legend, she's 35 years old now. She finished second and got the silver in this event in Rio 2016. What have you made of her Olympics so far at her age now?
Yeah, 9 Olympic medals, 6 of them gold. For her to come back, her and actually Quinera Hayes, the other American, they both had babies in the last 2 years. This is their so Felix and Hayes, it's both their first season back competing after having a child. So for both of them to be running 49 mid and making the Olympic final is pretty special and an inspiration for a lot of women out there. I don't think that they'll have enough to win medals tonight. Based on the lane draw, their lanes 1 and 8, which means that that they kind of finished in the minor placings in the semis, like getting through on time. So I don't think they'll be quite strong enough to win the medals. I think that'll go to the girl from the Dominican Republic or one of the Jamaicans.
We spoke about the women's 1,500 metres. The last 2 events on the card or on the program tonight are the respective men's and women's 4x100 metre relays. The finals of both the women's relay, the middle lanes, Great Britain, the USA, Switzerland, who have been really good, I thought, over the shorter distances with their runners, and Jamaica, of course, in the reckoning too. Is this? Would you say this is a deep field in the 4x1 in the relay at the end?
I don't know too much, to be honest, but Jamaica, they come first, second and third in the 100. So I don't know much about the depth, but if they don't win by a second and a half, I don't know what's going on. They come first, second and third in the individual 100 metres. They only got to find some other girl, and they should win comfortably going away. I was impressed by the Brits in their heat. I think they ran a national record in their heat. So their best athlete, Dina Asher-Smith, who was the 2019 world champion in the 200, she failed to make the 100-metre final and scratched from the 200 just because she had a hamstring strain in the few weeks before the Olympics. So after not making the final in the 100, scratched the 2 and just thought, I'm going to give my all for the team in the relay. So it's obviously very selfless, and she was rewarded with a new British record in the heat of the 4x1. So they're ready. The Brits are really good. I think they might be the team to challenge Jamaica, but to be honest, Jamaica, they should win by at least a second. They're head and shoulders above the rest.
If all 3 of those 100-metre sprinters from the race are put together in the medley, the relay, so Sharika Jackson, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, Elaine Thompson-Herah, we've been able to see how there's not exactly the best chemistry there. They're not all exactly friends. How much does chemistry and friendship actually matter? Because you're not running together, you run one at a time. So, but you still need to work together. How much would that have an effect in a relay?
Not one iota. It would not matter at all. They would just see it as it's another chance to win an Olympic gold medal. So they would be able to they're professional enough to put any differences aside and just focus on winning Olympic gold medal. It's not like a team sport where, if you don't like someone, you might not pass the ball to them. You have to pass the baton. Well, you don't have to, but you get disqualified. So they will definitely be harmonious enough to, I'm sure, get the job done.
And then the 4x100 metre men's in this field, Jamaica is in there. Canada's obviously in there with Andre de Grasse. I don't know. We haven't got the teams yet if he's going to race in the race, but it'd be silly not to, you'd think, in a final. And then Great Britain and China, who have been a surprise in the shorter distances. Just off what you've seen and what you know, I guess, from so far in these Olympics, who would you like the most in the 4x1 for the men's?
This is super open. So the US failed to qualify for the final.
Yep.
Which was a shock. Jamaica certainly aren't the powerhouse they have been in the past or like their women's team. Italy, they had the guy Marcel Jacobs, he won the 100, so they'll obviously have a strong anchor. China are deep. The Brits are good. Canada's strong. I think it might be, if I had to go with a team, I'd say Great Britain. They have good depth. They didn't go too well in the individual races, so their athletes are well rested, and I think they'll be pretty desperate to try and, after a pretty disappointing individual 100 and 200 performance, they'll be pretty desperate to turn things around for the team in the 4x1.
Ryan, we'll check in with you over the course of the evening again, just before we let you go for the first time, and we'll come back after each of these races. But just a couple to finish off on Jen. So to clarify, she's getting both Achilles repaired on when she comes back to Australia?
Yeah, so traditionally her left Achilles has been the bad one. It's got it's called a Haglund's deformity. It's where the bone spur just keeps growing and growing and growing from irritation. So that's always been an issue, and that got a bit ugly in the few weeks before the Olympics, which made her put more pressure through her right side, and then essentially putting pressure through the right side, she's ended up rupturing the right Achilles in the race. So she'll repair the right one, reattach it to her heel, reattach the Achilles to her heel, and then while they're at it, she'll go and shave that bone down on the left side to just so when she can start back up in however many months' time, like it could be a year, when she starts up, hopefully she'll have two brand new Achilles or as close to it. There's no use fixing the one that ruptured and then she starts back up again and the left one's still got that big lump on it and it's still sore. So if she's going to have a big layoff, you may as well get everything done at the one time.
And then, so has she allowed herself much to think about long term? It might be a dangerous place to go. I don't know, because of the emotion and being swept up in everything that's happened. But has she thought about long term, or is she not even considering that at the moment?
She has, and I actually think that's important. If you don't let yourself get excited or think about the future, it can be doom and gloom. Because you just think, oh, that's it, that's my last race. I'm never going to another Olympics. I'm never going to run another step competitively again. So I think it's important to actually have goals. The goalpost might get shifted along the way with time frames, but initially I think it is actually really important to have a loose goal in mind of what you want to do and when you can come back, because it can kind of keep you sane and keep you happy and motivated that there will be light at the end of the tunnel.
Ryan, a pleasure. We'll check in again as these races come closer. So the next one up to have a look at, by the way, the javelin final has just begun, so we'll bring that to you. But the men's 5,000 metres is the next one up in a couple of moments from now. So we'll go to that one. It's obviously going to take a little while longer, being the longer distance. The javelin final is on at the moment. Mackenzie Little and Catherine Mitchell have just thrown. We'll get you those for you in a second. But Kelsey Lee Barber is about to go for her first throw, the world champ. Let's listen in as Dave Colbert takes you through the women's javelin final. Kelsey Lee Barber of Australia.
She's trying too hard in the qualifying, was worrying about too many things, just needs to let it throw. Again, the tip of that javelin just getting away a fraction, but it's a good, strong opening effort. So we wait for the distance here. So this opening round, Liu, the leader, 62.83. Adrazak, 62.56. We wait for the distance for Kelsey Lee. It's going to be around that 62-metre mark, I think. Here it comes, 61.98. So in third place, Bruce, in the first round.
Great time.
So that's Kelsey Lee Barber's first throw of the javelin. We'll hear from Mackenzie Little and Catherine Mitchell in their throws as well. The men's 5,000 metres has just taken off. We'll dip in and out of this coverage as it goes through. It takes a little while, obviously, being a longer distance race. So this will take about 13 or so minutes as they go around the track and complete the race. But Josh Cheptegei, along with Jacob Kiplimo from Uganda, the two teammates, will be among the favourites, and Mohamed Katia from Spain, the three favourites. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. We'll check in with what's been happening elsewhere around Tokyo, and we'll continue on with track and field coverage this evening on SEN.
The Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie-owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought-after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. SEN, Jordan Canellis with you. The night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. You can send us a text at any time on 0433 98 11 16 for Tempur, a mattress like no other. They are 5 minutes into the men's 5,000 metre run, so we'll come into this one and in and out as we go. Just trying to find the live standings for you. It's Kiplimo who's currently leading for, or Kiplimo, I beg your pardon, who's currently leading for Uganda, but there's still many, many laps to go. There's still about 10 or so, just under 10 or so minutes left in the race. The women's javelin is underway. We heard Kelsey Lee Barber's first throw a moment ago. This was Mackenzie Little in her first attempt.
So Mackenzie Little to a personal best in the qualifying round. 62.37, medical student at Sydney University. A couple of weeks ago she was on the wards doing her medical studies in the Sydney lockdown and couldn't get up to the training camp in Cairns. Twice an NCAA champion at Stanford. In she comes, opening throw, Olympic final, fast arm, hits it really hard, get out there. Just over 60 metres. Family back home, med school students, friends are all watching. Along with the menagerie, 2 puppies, the fish tank with the electric blue yabby called Fernando. That's true. Bee farm, worm farm, got the lot. 59.96.
It's got everything on her, Dave Colbert. And then Catherine Mitchell, this was her first throw.
Liu leads. In comes Mitchell. Hasn't had the best preparation, but she did make it through to the final, and she's tougher than old boot leather. Good start. Very good start. Coach Uwe Hone was the 104-metre javelin throw. He's been working with the Indian javelin team, and they hadn't seen each other for 18 months because of the pandemic. 625 days. They caught up in the village and couldn't really catch up because of the COVID rules. 61.82.
So the leaderboard after the first of 6 attempts in the women's javelin, Kelsey Lee Barber through 61.98, which places her 4th overall. Catherine Mitchell 61.82, which puts her 5th overall, and Mackenzie Little with a 59.96, which has her 7th overall after the first attempts, and they are just getting into their second throws now. So as soon as they come up, we'll bring them to you. The men's 5,000 metres, we're about halfway through. Let's actually take you into this race, as it is the 2 Ugandan runners who are nearing the front. So Cheptegei has come out to the front as well. Jacob Kiplimo is there, and Paul Chalimo of the USA are up near the front as they come around with 5 laps to go. They're at the 3,000 metre mark. This is the men's 5,000.
No one's run this distance any faster than he. He broke Bekele's storied record last year in Monaco. Then he went to Valencia about 2 months later and got the 10,000 as well. And now Cameli has a crack with Cheptegei inside of him.
Yeah, Cameli, who was 8th in Doha World Championships, he's the one who Kenya's got big hopes on for that redemption, to try and get Kenya distance running back to the fore in the 5,000 metres. But Cheptegei looks smooth. He looks relaxed, doesn't he? He's holding his line. Cameli is going to take the lead now.
So Cheptegei sits in behind. Right into that sort of business part of the race where things can happen. Mengeshi and then Knight behind them, and Baloo and Ahmed up in front of Knight, and then Kiplimo sits back, and the Americans, Chalimo's dropped back a little, isn't he? So still looking at Katir there and seeing how he's going. Butchart in front of him, 4 laps from home, so there's a mile to go. And there's Katir, he's improving his position. Who's he's got his eye on? You'd think it'd be one of those Ugandans for sure. Cheptegei's the leader of that Ugandan group, so you can see it's Cameli, Cheptegei, Mengesha, Baloo of Bahrain, and Ahmed of Canada, and Knight moves up as well from Canada, and Kiplimo there, and Chalimo, and Katir, and also Fakadu there, and you can see the young one at the back, the young Ugandan. So those Kincaid's dropping off the back as well, so you feel like the tempo is going to really wind here, and it's Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Bahrain, Uganda, Canada, United States of America, Bahrain and Spain.
And Baloo, the Bahrainian, who is Ethiopian born, he's still right up there and pushing the pace. And we see Chalimo starting to come around. He's dangerous. Now, he wants to move to the roads pretty soon, but he's looking dangerous and smooth as he moves forward. And Katir's still... he's covering all the moves, isn't he, Katir? At the back there. He hasn't done any of the work, but he's covering and waiting for that move to be made.
Gee, the Ethiopian and the Bahrainian just got mixed up, then they get mixed up again as Baloo goes up past Mengesha, and that makes Mengesha get outside of him and get around him. So Cameli just in front. Chalimo there. Mengesha goes up. So again, Ethiopia and Kenya. Cheptegei, I think, has had a good run here. He's going well, and so's Kiplimo behind him. Katir's close enough. Fisher's on the back of Katir. The pace hasn't really kicked in. It's solid, Tamsin, but it's not breathtaking. The two Canadians are in the mix, aren't they?
The big names are still there. They have broken a pack away, which is interesting. And Fisher, the USA athlete who had such a fabulous run, that 10,000 is holding on. But all the main players still look really, really good.
I reckon Cheptegei's about to come here. Let's see if I'm right. I reckon he was about to come out. He's moved up slightly. 2 laps to go. They let the Ethiopian go, didn't they, Barega, with about 3:50 to go. And here's Cheptegei. I think he's going to try and get himself into the leading positions. Kameli leads. Mengesha. Katir's going to cover Kiplimo and Ahmed. And I reckon Cheptegei's the guy that he's got his eye on in the back straight. No, he still sits the world record holder. Mengesha's first to go. Chalimo's been pushed on the inside. He tried to shove Kameli out of the way. He put his foot onto the inside and gets back. And again, a little push from Kameli. And now Cheptegei, the world record holder, goes to the lead.
Oh, it's incredibly rough. Kameli's putting his hand on Chalimo. Chalimo was desperate to get out, but there was no room. That was a mistake by him, and he wants to make a move and be in the position that he has to have exit routes. But, it's rough.
It is. So Uganda leads, and I reckon if you're the world record holder, you do this. You say, OK, I'm the fastest man that's ever run at this distance. Catch me with a lap to go. I made a blue in the 10. I'm not going to make the same blue. And Katir's gone. The Spaniard's gone. The Ugandans have been able to get rid of him along with the other Africans. And Kameli sits on Cheptegei. And then Chalimo and Kiplimo. Has Ahmed got a run in him? I think the Bahrainian's gone. And the long run for home. And Kenya are challenging hard with Kameli. But Cheptegei kicks.
Definitely looks like it's Cheptegei's race. It's his race to lose. He looks fantastic.
He does. He's a stride and a half up. Kameli hasn't gone away. Chalimo got a medal 5 years ago. Kiplimo, I don't think at Ahmed. Cheptegei running for his life here. He's got the world record, but he doesn't have a gold medal to his name at the Olympic level. He's kicked away. What's Kameli doing? He's coming out of the outside lane and Ahmed's getting through. But the world record holder is going to win the 5,000 metres for Uganda. It's Cheptegei over Ahmed. Kameli's missed out and Chalimo's got through, I think, for another medal, and then Kiplimo. Oh, and then Knights and Katir was run off his legs, and Mengesha was part of the action, but faded, and then Butchard and Gressier and Woody Kincaid, and the second of the Bahrainians as well. So Fakadu. So it was a brilliant run tonight. No mistakes tonight.
Oh, there were no mistakes. You could tell that they had worked out a race plan and they followed it perfectly. How lovely when Kiplimo came across the line, as we see Oscar Chalimo crossing the line now. How wonderful it was when they embraced the Ugandan athletes. Cheptegei was just fabulous. He stayed out of all the rough stuff throughout that whole race. That was so super rough. That fight for the bronze medal was just intense.
And Chalimo gets it. So until tonight, only Bakili had broken 13 minutes in the final. In any race at the Olympics, 4 men tonight have gone underneath it. Good Ahmed. So Ahmed, a silver here behind Cheptegei, as he was at the Gold Coast at the Commonwealth Games 3 years ago. So he moves up Ahmed from 4th to 2nd, and Chalimo goes from 2nd to 3rd, and Cheptegei goes from 8th to 1st from that Farah race 5 years ago.
So the 5,000 metres, that was a thrilling conclusion. Ryan Gregson, as we welcome you back in. That's the last 5 or so laps. That was a proper battle, and it is Joshua Cheptegei, the world record holder, who gets the win. But that was rough stuff.
He really earned that. So yeah, they got out decent the first 2K, then they really slowed it up the on the 3rd kilometre, and then Cheptegei thought, I've got to get going. So he doesn't traditionally have the best kick at the end of the race. His go is more really grind it out and make, instead of the last lap super fast, he's better off making the last 5 laps hard. And that's what he did. That's why you saw him go to the front. He was just grinding it out and making people really, really hurt. And it was more of a strength test in the end. More of a strength test in the end. And that's why it was such a fast time, 12:58. And, yeah, he deserved that. He made that race. And, yeah, he is rewarded with an Olympic title.
Who looked like the biggest threat to him at the time, because there was a bit of struggle in behind from Kimeli from Kenya, from Chilimo from the USA. There was just jostling in the pack in sort of second, third and fourth positions. For a while it looked like Kimeli was going to be right there with him and challenging him, but he burnt out at the very end. Who did you think the biggest threat was?
I was never worried about Kimeli just because traditionally he doesn't have the best finish. I did think it was going to be his countryman, the other Ugandan, Kiplimo, but I think he might have been tired from the 10K the other night. So he's come fifth there and was kind of jogging down the straight. He didn't quite look at his best. But what was surprising is Katir, the pre-race favourite with the bookies, the Spaniard. He faded to eighth. He never looked comfortable. He was showing his facials and grimacing even at the 3 kilometre mark. So he was grimacing early. He never quite looked himself. But that was such a total measured performance by Cheptegei. He made the race. He obviously had a clear plan of he didn't want to leave it to the last lap. He had a clear plan to really get going early, and he was rewarded.
24-year-old Joshua Cheptegei with an Olympic medal now, a gold medal in the men's 5,000 metres. Ryan, we'll check in again when we get closer to the next event, which is, just checking back on the card here, women's 400-metre final, which gets underway in about 20 minutes from now. So we'll check in again, Ryan. Thank you.
No worries.
Ryan Gregson for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. We are keeping an eye on the women's javelin as well. So Lu Shi Ying has gone to the front with a 66.3 metre throw, and her countrywoman is up there as well in Lu Hui from China. So they've just completed their first. They're getting into their second throws now. Let's take you in with Dave Colbert, who's keeping an eye on the javelin throw for us, with Mackenzie Little, Kelsey Lee Barber and Catherine Mitchell in the final. Here's Mackenzie Little for a second throw.
59.18 for Husong. Didn't see it land. Mackenzie Little up next. 59.96 was her opening round throw. It looked pretty good. Can she get up to around that 62 metres that she threw in the qualifying round? 62.37 that was. And after all of that, the answer is no. She's still inside the top 8 for now, though. More throwing to come, of course. We're just at the start of the second round here. 57.80, so she's in 7th. Plenty more firepower to come. Andrzejczyk up next. Don't muck around. I love it how the athletes are playing to the crowd as if it's the capacity house. There's athletes, of course, from their nation. So in she comes for her second round throw. First one was serviceable, but she needs more than that, and I think that will improve. So her first was 62.56. It's not going to move her into the lead, but it might move her up into second spot and go past Liu. First of the Chinese athletes. Look at that long stretch of the planting foot, left leg, drag it through. It's the strongest part of the body, the thighs, and 64.61. It's a pretty good throw. It might hang on for a medal. That's the sort of quality. I think you might need a little more. See the discussion. Hold it back for as long as you can. Catherine Mitchell was magnificent when she threw that national record of 68.92 to win the Commonwealth Games. She'd love that sort of throw here. Little high, flying out there, consistent. Considering 39 years of age and the body just holding together. From country Victoria, all on the farm in Casterton. Family watching on from there. She decided back before London in 2012 she didn't make the team, she'd retire, and now here she is, still fighting on. 61.66. Barber, good opening throw for Kelsey Lee, considering 61.98. Close to that season's best, but she threw in the qualifying. And she comes. Hits it pretty hard, flies out. I think it's going to be an improvement. It is. It's a good throw. Mike's happy. Kelsey looks fierce and intense. With all the battles that she's had, the qualifying round throw was the season's best at 62.59, and she might improve on that here. Just on that 65-metre mark. Let's have a look. 63.69 up to third. Promising start. And here's the event leader, Liu. Shi Ying doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. So short of 55 metres. So, after 2 rounds of the javelin, it's Liu of China who leads. Andrzejczyk of Poland is in second, and Kelsey Lee Barber from Australia is in third place.
Indeed she is. We'll take a break of our own. So Kelsey Lee Barber currently in third position with the bronze medal. Just a fingernail on the bronze medal because there's still 4 attempts to go. So they're at 2 of 6 throws in the javelin, but 63.69, a season best for Kelsey Lee Barber behind Liu Shi Ying of China and Maria Andrzejczyk of Poland, with Catherine Mitchell of Australia in 6th and Mackenzie Little in 8th. We'll take a break here on SEN's coverage of the games. The women's 400 metres run, or the sprint, is up in about just over 10 minutes. So we'll get to that on the other side of this here on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games 2020.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely party nights of 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy. That's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
The Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games on SEN. Jordan Canellis here with you. We are in the middle of the women's javelin final where Kelsey Lee Barber currently sits in third position, Catherine Mitchell 6th and Mackenzie Little in 8th. The hockey update from the final earlier on where they have come to a conclusion. There was no goals in the second half. It was Netherlands 3, Argentina 1. That was the final score as it was at half-time. For Hockey Australia, our Stars at home, the Hockey 1 League, which gets underway later on this year. I'm looking forward to seeing the Hockey 1 League. You can see our Stars at home in the Hockey 1 League. Tickets at hockey1.com.au. So Netherlands take the gold medal in the hockey, in the women's, and Argentina takes silver after a 3-1 win for the Dutch. So world number one, and rightfully so as well, the Netherlands with that gold medal. Great Britain had the bronze as well. I'll take you back into the javelin arena as they are going through their third throws now. And Kelsey Lee Barber with the previous throw of 63.69 has her sitting in third. Catherine Mitchell is in 6th and Mackenzie Little in 8th. Let's take you back in with Dave Colbert.
As Husong takes off the boots and puts on the shoes. And so Little, see there, 8th spot, 59.96. Extended her lifetime best by almost a metre in that first round of the qualifying. So in she comes. Can she launch it out over 60 metres here? That arm's so fast. Out it goes. It's a little flat. So she hits it hard, but it's a little flat and it comes a little bit around the side as well. You want to try and get it up a little bit high. Coach Angus McIntyre back in Sydney. Have to say that no matter what the result for Mackenzie Little in her first Olympics, this has been a good performance. So she's in 8th, 59.96 her best so far. Let's take a break. We'll come back with more of this javelin competition right now.
We'll take our own break as well because we are gearing up for the women's 400-metre final, which is up in not too far a time. It gets underway in about 6 minutes from now. So we'll clear a break. We'll come back and we'll be back in time for the women's 400 metres from the track at Tokyo 2020.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey 1 League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey 1 League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis here with you. Don't forget, Channel 7's The Voice, the world's biggest show, has a new home on 7 with Guy Sebastian, Keith Urban, Rita Ora and Jessica Malboy. The Voice starts after the Olympic Games on 7. Kelsey Lee Barber getting ready for throw number 3 in the women's javelin final.
61.98, a better second throw, 63.69. Has her in third place. Can she improve that position here? It's going to be close. It's consistent. I like the consistency, and she knows that she's close, and that's the thing. You can build a launch pad. She knows that she's just not quite getting the angle. Needs to bring that tip down just a fraction. Get the angle right, hit it hard. It's a bit like the World Championship final last year where it took a while to work on the technical elements. She knows she's close. 63.34. Third spot. Good place to be after round 3. So Palamika here of Latvia. So she is currently outside the top 8. Mackenzie Little watching on because she's in 8th spot. If this is less than 59.96, we've got 3 in the top 8. And there's Mackenzie Little, and we have got 3 Australian athletes through to the top 8. Bruce, the first time it's ever happened in a field event, women's field event and men's or women's, any field event at the Olympics. Does that make sense?
So the bottom 4 in the field of 12 get taken away after 3 throws. And so the top 8 continue on for their 4th, 5th and 6th attempts. And Australia do have our 3 competitors in those final 8 competitors for attempts 4, 5 and 6. So Kelsey Lee Barber still sits in 3rd after 3 attempts with a best of 63.69. Catherine Mitchell's best is 61.82 to be in 6th. And Mackenzie Little squeezed in by 2 centimetres, 59.96 and 59.94 was the cutoff between 8th and 9th. So Mackenzie Little is in. Still it's Lu Shu Ying of China and Maria Andrzejczyk of Poland who's sitting gold and silver. Ryan Gregson, our expert here for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, as we build up now to the women's 400-metre final. So we spoke about some of the leaders a little earlier on. Who do you think could be the potential underdog? Who could upset this race?
I think it might be Paulino. She probably looked, outside Miller Weibo, I'd say she looked the best in the semis. It was really, really dominant. So she's from the Dominican Republic and she's got a good lane draw. She's lane 4th, so Miller Weibo's 6th. So she'll get a really good sight on Miller Weibo and be able to kind of gauge her efforts off her. So, yeah, she's in a really good position to cause an upset.
All right, here we go. Miller Weibo from the Bahamas, the favourite, 400-metre final.
So Felix on the outside. How scared does she run here? She's normally so controlled. Williams inside of her, and then Miller Weibo, McPherson, Paulino, and then McLeod. Oh, Gomez has done a hammy or something. She's completely out of it. That's terrible luck in the back straight. Felix leads, holds the stagger from Williams. Miller back just a stride. McPherson up to her, and then Paulino and McLeod, and a long, long way back is Hayes. 150 to go in the 400 final. Williams gets up to Felix. Miller accelerates. McPherson not quite there. Paulino will be big late. Has Allison got a little kick left? Miller leads into the straight. She's 2 metres in front of Felix, Paulino, and then McPherson. But the champion from Rio, there's no disputing this tonight. She's going to win by a space. It's got to be very, very quick. Paulino and Felix gets a 10th medal. No one's ever done that before, female in Olympic history. 48.37, she equals, in fact, she breaks her own Jamaican record at Bahamian record at 48.36.
Wow.
She's broken the Caribbean record. Paulino breaks the Dominican Republic record, and Alison Felix gets a 10th Olympic medal with the 6 golds and 3 silvers.
She has a smile on her face. She's absolutely exhausted. The 400 metres running is so super hard. You have to feel a little bit for Stephanie Ann McPherson from Jamaica, who's just off that podium. But I know Miller Weibo runner, but can we just speak about Felix just for a second? Miller Weibo was fantastic. She's ecstatic. And, you know, she finished this race on her feet. You know, she was absolutely shattered after 2016. She ran her heart out and she did not move for an hour. And Felix, you felt like that was history as soon as the gun went. You were nervous. There was something about this race. You knew something was going to happen. And Paulino, hasn't she just had an amazing year? She's showing us her spikes, a message for someone.
The Dominican.
So, Shawnee Miller-Weibo gets the win, gets the gold medal, as Ryan Gregson predicted pre-race. She was the favourite. She's the reigning champ coming in, and she backs it up now, and she won it by almost a second. It was about 0.9 or 0.85 or so of a second, so it was pretty easily done in the end. She looked a little slow around the first 2 or so hundred, but she really kicked it up around that final bend, Ryan.
That was super dominant, and if, I don't know who remembers when Miller Weibo won in 2016, but Felix was leading the whole way, and then in the dying metres, Miller Weibo just launches herself and dives across the line to win. And even to the eye, it still looked like Felix won. So to be able to win in 2016 in a diving last-minute effort to now just running away, running a PB in the final, it's such a dominant performance. It's a complete contrast, but it's also nice for Felix after what she's been through, having a child and coming back from that. That's certainly an inspiration for many. And I personally didn't think Felix was going to be good enough to get bronze, and that really surprised me. She was incredible.
Yeah, after a kid, 35 years old, gets a bronze medal. That's incredible for Alison Felix to finish third. Marileti Paulino, as you said, could be the underdog. Well, she gets silver in the end, so the silver came about 10 metres behind Shawnee Miller-Weibo. That's how big a lead she had built up, but she gets a silver for the Dominican Republic. But, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, how important is it to run the bend? So, it's not, obviously you have to be somewhat good at it because you can't go slow around the turns, but she almost kicked up and went an extra gear around that bend, that final bend.
There's a skill in it. I'm obviously not a sprinter, but there's a skill in being able to attack the bend and maintain momentum and tilt your body in a certain way to get around the bend. But in the 400, the key is pace management, pace judgment. So quite often when you have someone maybe on your outside who goes out really fast, you might naturally want to match them because you think you got to go with them, but they might be going too hard. So what's so crucial is running your own race. If you like getting out hard, do that. If you like going out a bit easier, do that. Like sticking to that game plan, and that's what's so hard in the 400 because, yeah, there's a lot of people that they can get excited in an Olympic final and possibly go out too hard, but you've got to contain yourself and run your own race.
I'm just looking at Shaunay Miller-Uibo's career history. She's never won the gold medal at the World Championships. She's won 2 now at the 400 in the Olympics, but never in the World Champs. It's funny how some athletes are able to lift for the really big occasions, and then, not to say that the World Athletics Championships isn't a big occasion, but Shaunay Miller-Uibo's, she does it on the biggest of stages.
So she's definitely been the best since 2016. So in 2017 World Champs, she was leading, and about 20 metres to go, her calf blew out. I think she just tore a calf. So she was still, the best. And in 2019 World Champs, young Bahraini girl, Sawa Eid Nasser, she won in an incredible time, ran about 48.1. But not too long after that, she got a ban for 2 years for missing 3 tests. So it wasn't testing positive for drugs, but it was she failed to turn up to 3 tests. So make of that what you will. So I'd say over the last 6 years, even though Miller-Uibo hasn't won everything, she's definitely been the number one every year.
Ryan, hang tight because now the 1,500 metres isn't that far away with Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull. Before we get there, though, Catherine Mitchell is stepping up for throw number 4 from the javelin.
Conjure something up out of the ageing bones. She won't mind me saying that. She's a warrior. Not sure that looks like the arm's got the power that's required. And you can see that it's been a struggle. Some shoulder instability and then the hamstring just last week, and somehow managed to work her way into the final. Had to film her own throws and send them to Uva on the iPad, training in Ballarat and Melbourne. He would look live at some sessions, others he'd have to wait until he got the opportunity to watch and send the feedback back to Catherine, such as life during the pandemic. Tagoos will be up next. So Mitchell's was a foul. Stepped out the front of the sector. White line. So Tagoos at the World Student Games in 2017, probably a best or 5th at the World Championships in 2017. Didn't make the final in 2019, so she's done well here to make it through to the top 8. She's 24 years of age, Olympic debut. And that's 62.13, her best so far, has her in 5th spot. Good scream, that's always a good indicator. And the robot driver's a pretty good job at the Olympics. Did you see that? The javelin official judge, where you have to run in and see where it lands, that's a little more hectic. You can see it here as they launch in, and that takes some precision. 62.17. Improvement just. Not going to improve her placing for now. My way. So what a series of medals she's had. She was 7th in Rio, 5th in London, but then 3rd at the 2017 and 2019 World Championships, and she was the silver medalist in 2015. 3 medals, the last 3 world titles. Fast hand, big scream, another scream, just to frighten it into action. Not sure it's going to improve. 63.41 was her third round throw. It could be, no, 61.85. So Kelsey Lee Barber currently in third spot. She'll be next to throw. There's husband and coach Mike on the right-hand side. Based in Canberra. They got married after the 2018 Commonwealth Games. She was born in South Africa. She moved to Australia during the Sydney Olympics. Started off in country Victoria and moved to Canberra. Took up javelin throwing. So here she comes. She's working her way into this. She's built a bit of a platform here. Can she improve? Round 4. Looks at it. Wills it. Wow. Might be an improvement. Andrzejczyk getting ready. Not sure it will move her up past the 64-61, but it might improve her best so far. Well, this is a great series of throws from the world champion, building throughout this competition. The last 3 have been better than her season's best. So let's have a look at the distance here. 64.04. This is promising. And it's shades of what happened at the World Championships last year, where on the final throw she broke the world record. Wojciech, the Polish hammer thrower. They've won the men's and women's hammer here, Poland. Also won the men's 50-kilometre walk today, and the mixed 4x4. They've had a good championship. Andrzejczyk, second place at the moment, 64-61. Has Barber breathing down her neck, looking to take the lead over Liu, China. It's a nice throw. It's a good delivery. Strong, consistent. Won't improve.
So Kelsey Lee Barber improves on her previous bests, which was throw number 2, which was 63.69, 64.04. So she betters her throw and she strengthens her position in third place in the women's javelin with 2 more throws to go. The Polish competitor ahead of her, Maria Andrzejczyk, is ahead by about 50-odd centimetres, so 64.61 for the Pole to 64.04 for Kelsey Lee Barber. The leader is Liu Ying, who is 66.34. That's the current leaderboard in the women's javelin. Ryan Gregson is our track expert for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And we are now just a few moments away, Ryan, from the 1,500 metre, the women's final, where Jess Hull and Lyndon Hall will battle it out amongst not only each other, but a pretty strong field as well for the ultimate glory. This is your pet event, the 1,500. What do, firstly, who are the main contenders as we go into this one? Looking really, obviously we want the best for the Aussies, but realistically, who are the front runners?
So Siphan Hassan from the Netherlands. So she's in pursuit of triple gold here. She's already won the 5K. She's trying to win the 1,500 here, and she's got the 10K final tomorrow. So she's a really good chance of doing that, and she's the 2019 world champ in the 1,500. She's equal favourite. And the other favourite is Faith Kipyegon from Kenya. She's the 2016 Olympic champion in the 1,500. And last time Hassan and Kipyegon raced, Kipyegon won, and it was convincingly in Monaco about a month ago. So that would be in the back of Hassan's mind that Kipyegon got her the last time they were out.
So what?
They're definitely the 2 favourites.
Sorry, go on.
They're definitely 2 favourites, and I think it will be very fast. And I think that's a really good opportunity for our Australian girls to lower, the Australian record that they've been lowering themselves already. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of our girls runs 3:57, and it might not be enough for a medal, but it shouldn't be too far away. So
from what we saw from the semis, or the heats coming into this final here, what do Hall and Hull like to do? Will they get out in front first? Will they sit mid-pack? Will they try and up the speed a little bit? What's their strategy?
They usually always like, getting their nose in there and getting involved. So getting forward early and pretty much just staying there. in the heat in the semi-final, when there was no pace in the race, Lyndon got the pace going and ensured it was a fast race, because she doesn't traditionally have the best closing speed, so she made sure it was fast, which would suit her. But there'll be no issue here. This race will be fast. Hassan likes running fast, and I think the race will most likely be won, in the low 350s, and I think that'll really suit our girls. Our girls are good at running fast. They've ran, 358 and 359 this year, and maybe they don't need to be as forward early because the quality of athletes has, increased from the heats and the semi-finals, but I still think they would most likely like to sit, in the forward half, and hopefully they can stay there.
So it's about to get underway. There's many other events after this, or a few other events after this, but as far as medal events featuring Australians, this and the javelin is the final one for day 14. They're about to set off. Let's head back to Bruce and Tamsin.
Oh, it's a hot lineup. There's so many athletes that can make the podium, but Lyndon Hall and Jess Hull come into this race in the form of their life, which is the best thing.
A couple of storylines here. Women's 1,500 metre final. 2 Aussies. Off they go. And they're going to have to push forward here. You'd think the pace will be on. Naniondo goes hard. Hull goes hard. All gets herself into a reasonable spot. Towards the back, Kipyegon and also Hassan. So it's Stafford of Canada. We know that Tanaka will go forward. I think a fast pace is okay for the Australians. Hull outside Naniondo and Rio St. Pierre just inside of her. Now Hassan, this is what we haven't seen before. Hassan going early, and away she goes, and Kipyegon's going to follow her up. And if Hassan goes to the front, you think the pace is going to be hard, and Muir's going to get onto the train as well.
This is wonderful. Hassan knows that Kipyegon's in great shape. She also knows that Muir has that 156 800 metre pace to her. So Hassan's probably thinking, I'm working more on distance in my legs. I need to make this fast and run the sting out of their legs.
So the 3 favourites, 1, 2, 3, and then Stafford of Canada, and then Tanaka of Japan. Hull's in the middle, and Lyndon's towards the back, Lyndon Hall. Lyndon's got 3 behind her, and Jess has got 5 behind her. A good, strong tempo down the back. How do you think the 2 Australians are handling this so far?
Jess Hull is in a fantastic position. Lyndon Hall needs to get out, and she wants to get out. You can see her 3 from the back there. She's desperate to get out and get up into the race, but she just can't get out at the moment.
Spoke to her 2 or 3 weeks ago. She said, I hate being on the inside. I hate being there. So she will want some room. Hassan leads from Kipyegon.
She just has to stay calm. The exit route will come. She just has to stay calm and take it as soon as it appears.
Because at this pace, the gaps will come, won't they? Hassan's not waiting for anyone. Kipyegon beautiful on her shoulder. And there's Jess Hull and Naniondo. And Lyndon now 2 from the back with a couple of laps to go. Muir is 4th, Tanaka 5th. Gebris Bayer is in 6th position. Hull gets around Puria. Naniondo. Hall gets some room, doesn't she? With Perez just in front of her. So the 2 Colossuses are 1 and 2. Hassan and Kipyegon. Stafford's worked hard. Muir comes again. The gaps are coming because they are going so quickly here. This is a very, very fast final.
Super fast, and Hassan is really stretching this field out. She needs to do that because, as we said, she's got the distance running in her legs, but does she have that speed that Kipyegon and Muir definitely have in their legs now? And Hall has made her way out. It's how much effort has she had to use, though, to get out. She's going to have to get back on. It's not the best way to run, but it's what she's got now. She has to stay calm and use her strength and her speed to get back onto that pack.
Hull gets her back. The 2 Australians are trying to make their way back into the lead group. Kipyegon and Hassan. Tantalising. Mouth-watering. A lap to go. Muir. Stafford. A gap then to Gebris Bayer. And a gap then to Tanaka. And then Hall and Hull. I want to look back, but you've got to look forward when the sun's in front of Kipyegon. And Muir trying to get amongst it. Hassan makes the run. She hasn't shaken off Kipyegon. The Kenyan draws level and now takes the lead from Hassan, and Muir comes up to Hassan, and they've got the medals now. Kipyegon 3, 4, 5 metres in front of Hassan and Muir. A gap then to Stafford. You can see Hall running on pretty strongly, and then behind her Hull, but Muir's gone past Hassan. So Kipyegon, who won the gold 5 years ago. Now a mother is going to join the gods here. It's an absolutely stunning performance. The Olympic record was 3:53. Does she go inside of that? Oh, 3:53.11. She gets the gold in the record. Muir second, and then Hassan. And look at Hall's finishing effort here. And then Hull towards the back. Lyndon Hall may have done something really, really strong here on the clock. She just got into the wrong spot early, didn't she?
Oh, it was so hard to watch because, you know, when you could tell that Lyndon was desperate to get out. She had heaps of running in her legs and she wanted that exit route, but she couldn't get it. But how great was Kip Yeagon? Look at them hugging. The two Australians, Hall and Hull, they are just both fantastic representatives for middle distance. They're wonderful athletes and people, and I think Hall will look back on this race and be frustrated, but she should be so proud of how far she's come in the last 12 months. And Laura Muir, she has been there or thereabouts for so many races. She has put her heart and soul on the line, and she has come up short so often, but she has got that medal, and that's why the tears are flowing.
Lyndon's run a personal best. She just missed.
So the gold medal goes to Faith Kipyegon, who sets an Olympic record of 3:53.11. and takes gold for Kenya. Laura Muir came home like a freight train to take silver for the Brits, and Sifan Hassan, who did the pacemaking for the Netherlands, gets the bronze. Ryan Gregson, our expert for tyre power. Firstly, on the winners themselves, that was a great battle out in front. As you said, Sifan did the pacemaking, but Kipyegon, she in that last lap, she really got into a canter and overtook, and then opened up a gap to get the gold.
And that was pretty much exactly how Monaco happened about a month ago when Kipyegon beat Hassan. So I probably am a bit surprised that Hassan went and employed the exact same tactics that, you know, that she wasn't able to use to great success when they last raced, and the same result. But it was super fast, and I think that really helped Lyndon Hall. She's come in sixth there, which is an amazing performance in a new PB. Unfortunately, Jess Hull, it was probably, you know, running 3:58 a couple of days ago was one bridge too far to run really fast again tonight. But Lyndon Hall, amazing run, sixth place, 3:59, a PB in Olympic final, and sixth in the world. That's an incredible performance by the Australian.
It is a personal best for Pilot, your online men's health navigator. Real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au. So Lyndon Hall sets her personal best at 3:59.01. Not to be put to shame at all, the way that the Aussies performed. Jess Hull was in that sort of leading, that front half of the pack. It was around about 800 metres where the group started to split into two. So what did you know around that second lap mark that started to happen in the way the pace was being stretched out across the pack?
That was just virtue of how fast it was. Like, it was a new Olympic record. There's never been an Olympics run that fast before. So it was always going to be a stretch for Lyndon and Jess to get a medal, because, you know, the top three, Kipyegon, Muir and Hassan, the slowest of their personal bests going into this final was 3:55, and that was Muir, and she's gone and ran 3:54 tonight. The best our girls have ran is 3:58 and 3:59. So realistically, the best result they could probably do was about sixth, which Lyndon did. Mm-hmm. And for her to rise to the occasion in an Olympic final and do a PB is incredible, especially because you mentioned that the packs did break up. Lyndon did have to do a bit of work running from that second pack, trying to catch people that were dying from that first pack. So she did a lot of work herself, which was a very courageous run, and it's not easy. It is much easier in these races to sit behind someone, they break the breeze, and Lyndon didn't have much of that tonight, so that was a really good result.
How proud should Australia be of Lyndon and Jess?
Very, and that's obviously a career achievement by Lyndon. That's just amazing. She's been an Australian record holder. Now she's sixth at the Olympics. But Jess, she's young. She's a very talented athlete, and she's got Jess has got an incredible amount of upside. She's made an Olympic final, but that certainly won't be the end of her. She's, dealt with her injury concerns at the start of this year, and both these girls at Com Games next year, the world champs leading into Paris, I think we'll see the Hall-Hull combination doing great things on the world stage for a few more years yet.
Ryan, thank you. We'll chat again in about half an hour or so when we get closer to the relays, both women's and men's relays coming up in about one after the other. Ryan Gregson with us for Tyre Power. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side of this. We'll get the latest from the javelin as they are stepping into their fourth and then fifth throws in the women's javelin final. All that and more on the way here in the last hour of our coverage this evening on SEN.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. The next event on the track is about 25 minutes away, where we have the two relays, the 4x100 metre relays. Women's up first at 11:30 Eastern, and then the men's at 10:02. So that'll be the final port of call from the track. The field events are coming to a close. We are entering the final throws of the javelin competition. I think there's a great performance around the corner for Wolf Blass. Wolf Blass, IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. So just to update on where we were at the end of the fifth throws, because we were watching the 1500 metres while it was happening. So the fifth throws, Kelsey Lee Barber threw 58.85, which was a lot shorter than what her bests have been. In fact, that was her first sub-60 throw in this javelin final. She'd thrown, well, rounded up 62, 63.7, 63.3, 64, and then 58.8 up to the fifth throw. Catherine Mitchell, unfortunately, she failed on her final three throws. She'd overstepped the mark on the final three, and Mackenzie Little just hasn't really been able to make any progress. Her best throw was her first at 59.96, and then she's gone 57, 55, 54, 54, and then 54 on her sixth and final throw as they are getting into the last round. So we'll get you those highlights as they come through, because there's a lot happening at the moment. Even in the football right now, we are into the gold medal match between Sweden and Canada in the women's gold medal final. We are about 30 minutes, actually no, even longer, 35 or so minutes, 35 or so minutes away from the end of the match. So in the 53rd minute of the game, and Sweden have a 1-0 lead over Canada, with Blackstenius scoring in the 34th minute for Sweden halfway through the first half. Canada swinging in a corner, no good. So it is still 1-0 Sweden, looking for that gold medal, and Canada will decide the silver depending on how the results go. So results so far tonight from the track. We had in the men's 5,000 metres, it was Joshua Cheptegei with a time of 12:58.15 for Uganda, who took gold in the men's 5,000. Mohammed Ahmed of Canada and Paul Chalimo of the USA took silver and bronze. In the women's 400 metres, it was Shawnee Miller-Weibo of the Bahamas who went back-to-back and set a Caribbean record of 58.36 in the 400. Marileti Paulino from Dominican Republic had the silver medal, and Alison Felix at the age of 35 with the season's best time of 49.46 for herself got the bronze. And then in the women's 1,500 metres, it was Faith Kipyegon of Kenya, who with an Olympic record of 3:53.11 took the gold, from Laura Muir of Great Britain with the silver, and Sifan Hassan of the Netherlands with the bronze. Lyndon Hall of Australia finished sixth, running a personal best of 3:59.01, and Jessica Hull, who was in the front pack at the start but just faded towards the end, finished with a time of 4:02.63 to finish 11th in the field of 13 in the women's 1,500 metre final. So the women's 4x100 metre relay is up first in about 20 minutes from now. The field is the field is the Netherlands, France, Germany, Great Britain, the United States, Switzerland, Jamaica and China. And then in the men's, after that, the field is the UK, the USA, Jamaica, France, the Netherlands, Italy, Japan and Ecuador. No, pardon me, I beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong sheet here. That was the heats of the women's. The field for the men's is Ghana, Germany, Canada, Jamaica, Great Britain, China, Italy, Japan. So that's the men's field. We'll dissect it a little bit closer to the start time, but that is how that is looking for the final races on the track. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this and we'll hear the final throws of the javelin competition to decide the gold, silver and bronze.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNT AFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely party nights of 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to our coverage of the games, brought to you by Wolf Blass, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. A great performance is abound us as Kelsey Lee Barber is in third position in the women's javelin, and this is the final throw for Kelsey Lee to try and hold her spot and get bronze.
For the world champion, can she do what she did in Doha? In she comes, not sure it's going to fly out. Oh, it's close. It's close. Might move her up into second. Could get her up into the lead. It was hard to tell. So what does she need? 64-61 will get her into second. Let's have a look here when it lands. You can see all the lines. There's a lot of lines. There's too many lines. Here we go. What has she got? 64-56. She stays in third, but that is a magnificent competition. A magnificent competition for where she has been. She came in with a season's best of 61 metres. She improved that in the qualifying. She's thrown 4 throws in excess of that in this final. Hat off, Kelsey Lee Barber, and also to Mike. So we're not done with just yet, are we? Andrzak, 1 throw to come. Can the number 1 become the Olympic champion? Likes it, throws it, short. And there's the champion. Slightly relieved that she doesn't have to test that shoulder one more time. It is stuck together with pink tape.
So that's how it all ended in the women's javelin on the Lloyd's Auction replay. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. So the gold medalist from China is Liu Shiyang, who threw 66.34 in her first attempt. So that was her first throw, and that was good enough to hold her all the way through in good stead for the gold medal for China. Maria Andrzejczyk of Poland took the silver with a best throw of 64.61, and Kelsey Lee Barber from Australia gets bronze with a best throw of 64.56, which she produced with her final throw, and it was 5 centimetres shy of, at least of levelling, but 6 centimetres shy then of taking silver medal outright. So 6.461 was the Polish throw of Maria Andrzejczyk, and Kelsey Lee Barber 6.456, so 0.61 to 0.56 the difference between silver and bronze, but Kelsey Lee Barber is still on the Olympic podium, which is phenomenal stuff from her. So bronze medal for Kelsey Lee Barber. Catherine Mitchell, who didn't register her final 3 throws as she fouled on all 3 of them, she finished in 6th with a best throw of 61.82, and Mackenzie Little made it into the final 8, and her best throw was 59.96. That was her first throw, and then she just tapered off as each throw went. So 59 to 57 to 55, and then 54, 54, 54 were her last three throws for Mackenzie Little. So Kelsey Lee Barber gets the bronze medal for Australia, another medal on day 14 of the Games. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll get ourselves ready for the women's 4x100 metre relay. Just having a quick look here at the football, there is a possible chance of a penalty. Sweden are up 1-0 on Canada in the women's gold medal match, and there's a possible penalty on the way. They're just looking at VAR. We are in the 67th fifth minute of this gold medal encounter. Now, the USA having taken bronze the other day against the Matildas. And this is pretty much the only other sport on at the moment at this late hour, both here in Australia and also in Tokyo. The only other sport on right now is in the handball, the women's semi-final, Norway against Russia. And then in the volleyball, the women's semi-final, Brazil against Korea, South Korea, that is, with Brazil leading 2-0. In the handball, Russia leading 25-22. So aside from the track and fields, those are the other three events happening at the moment: football, handball and volleyball. But we wait for the track and fields, and we'll have the women's 4x100 metre relay after this.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pies.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to Tokyo 2020 on SEN. Jordan Canellis with you. Send us a text at any time on 0433 98 11 16 for Temper, a mattress like no other. We are getting ourselves ready now for the final two events of the night, the men's and women's 4x100 metre relay finals. So the women up first and then the men not long after that. Alex has been sending us a couple of text messages talking about watching watch that game. So happy for the Japan women's team. In the basketball, he means, yes, a little earlier in the day. And the Japan's men's football team had a loss, unfortunately, earlier. Didn't get the bronze medal in the end against Mexico in the men's football. The women's football is now, it's getting a lot more intense because that penalty I was talking about before did end up going to Canada. So it's 1-1 with 20 minutes to go in the women's football final. Ryan Gregson is our track expert here on SEN for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And we are now a few minutes away, Ryan, from the start of the women's 4x100 metre relay sprints. And the teams have been named, the lineup of 4 for each. And just looking at the names across the USA, Great Britain, Jamaica, even Switzerland have a couple of big names in there. It's a packed field.
Yeah, it is. But really, I think Jamaica they should win this comfortably. They went first, second and third in the individual women's 100 metres, so clearly they've got the best 3 athletes on the track here tonight, and they've added one other athlete who I'm sure will hold up her end, and I think they'll win. They'll go away, and I wouldn't even be surprised if they break an Olympic record and maybe even the world record.
So they've got Brianna Williams leading them off. They've got the 100 metre and 200 metre gold medalist in Elaine Thompson-Herah, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, and then Sharika Jackson are the forerunners for Jamaica. The USA have Javianne Oliver, Tiana Daniels, Jenna Prandini, and Gabby Thomas, who have all been in their individual events, Ryan. They've all been pretty prominent.
They have been, but yeah, I think this will be very one-sided. So Jamaica have started off with their weakest runner and I think if you watch it will be, then I think you'll see she ran 10.61 the other day in the 100. So I think you'll see her really pull away and do a massive backstretch, and then to Fraser Price, then to Jackson. I think that they'll continue to pull away.
What do you make of the Brits? Are they an outside chance or a threat for a medal?
I think they can beat the US to come second. I'm pulling for the Brits. We live over in here in a lot of Australian athletes live over in London, so we kind of, even though Australia has a lot of rivalries with the Brits and many other sports, we know them relatively well in athletics because we both I think Aussies are pretty similar to Brits, so I'm always kind of pulling for the Brits when it comes to athletics, and I'd love to see them come second, and hopefully Dina Asher-Smith can get a medal and make up for scratching the 200 and not making the final of the one.
All right, we're about set for the start of the women's 4x100 metre relay. So let's take you back down to Bruce and Tamsin for the call.
In the 200.
Yep. Fabulous 200 metre runner. And you know, the thing that will be good for her in this last leg that she's running is because she is a 200 metre runner, she does that acceleration phase, sticks the hand back, grabs the bat, and that's where she can make the most of her top end speed.
So she could be running alongside Jackson for that gold medal.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close. The Great Britain team looks sensational, but there she is.
She's got 7 Olympic medals, Tamsin, so they'll get a medal unless the baton stops. So she'll join VCB, Veronica Campbell-Brown on 8, with Felix now on 10 and Otti on 9. And if Thompson gets the gold here, only Felix will have more gold medals than her. Betty Cuthbert amongst a half a dozen that are sitting on 4 gold medals. As we see the Brits here, sensational. They broke the record in the heat. Philip Delansico, Asher Smith and Nita. France and the Holland are outsiders here, but they're well drilled, and the same can be said for Germany. It looks Jamaica, USA, Switzerland, Great Britain, or maybe Great Britain, Switzerland. Is that the way you see it?
Well, Great Britain had the fastest time coming in from the heats, but Jamaica and USA have added the star power, so I think it's going to be a battle between USA and Jamaica.
The important first change in the hands of a youngster, Brianna Williams, to get it to Elaine Thompson in the back straight. Javianne Oliver there to go to Tina Daniels. Look at the youngster. It's a big responsibility. 4x1 final. Jamaica 2 from the right. USA in the middle. So China from the outside. Williams got away pretty well. Touch away well for Switzerland. The Americans are having a good run. Now Thompson's about to get it from Williams. Elaine's off. She's waiting. Oh, she waited a long time. She lost some momentum. And Del Ponte, look at Thompson flying down the backstretch. The Americans are going okay, and then the Brits. Shelley's got it from Elaine, and now runs a mighty bend. Jamaica leads stretch from Switzerland, and the USA have gone past them. Jackson to get it now. Thomas, can she run it down? No, she won't. Jackson's away. Jamaica are going to get the gold medal. They were 1, 2, 3 in the 100, and they're 1 here in the 4x1. 41.02. A slashing run, not far outside the world record that the Americans set in London.
Wow, that first change was quite stressful. That was very stressful.
Cost of the world record, I reckon.
I agree. Brianna Williams, the youngster, she just, Elaine Thompson just took off. She probably took off a little bit faster. She has that great speed at the moment, and they were lucky to get that baton around. And I'm going to be interested to see, make sure that they got it through before the changeover zone ended. It was very close, but Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price's change was better. And Great Britain had a bit of a messy change on the second one.
They did, so only the Americans have run faster. Twice they've done faster than this by fractions. So for Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, a 3rd Olympic gold medal and an 8th Olympic medal here. So she's equal 3 on the all-time list, with Sharika Jackson there, who's building a bunch of medals herself, with a 3rd in the 100 here and the gold in the 400. And the Americans get through for 2nd, and 3rd Great Britain and 4th Switzerland. So the form...
So that'll be a 4th gold medal for Jamaica as they take this race. And we look at the medal tally for Rebel. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. That'll take them to 4 and put them equal 16th overall as far as gold medals go. Ryan Gregson, our track expert here on SEN, that was it was blistering pace from Jamaica. They did win it easily, as you said, with their 3 star sprinters who finished 1, 2 and 3 in the 100 metres. The first handover was a little nervy, though, from the youngster Brianna Williams to find Elaine Thompson. Hurrah. They just delayed a little bit. And you might have heard Bruce McAvaney's call there. He was pretty succinct afterwards, saying that might have cost them the world record. But they blitz the field and they get the gold.
Yeah, that was a tricky change by the Jamaicans on the first handover. I thought maybe they might have gone outside the box, the changeover box, and I thought it might have been a disqualification, but I think if they were to be DQ'd, you usually find out straight away. That there's judges at every change who, if there's an issue, they put up a red flag straight away, and we would already know if they were outside the box. So it was fine, but it did affect them. It did slow them down. I think, like Bruce said, they definitely would have got the world and Olympic record if it was a bit smoother, but they were just head and shoulders above everyone else on paper, having the 3 fastest girls on the track, and US second, and the Brits did well for third. They'll be happy with that. The Brits, they're a pretty young team, and they'll be happy to leave with a bit of hardware.
Did it look like at any point that that handover might have cost them? I think it was might have been the third leg of Jenna Prandini, who is one of their better runners. The United States might have just caught up a little bit to Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, but then she took off and found a second gear.
Yeah, you could really see Elaine Thompson have to slow down. This is on the second leg, slow down and decelerate, and then get going again, which isn't easy to do in 100 metres. And then she once she got going, though, she was absolutely flying. She did get the baton to Fraser-Price, a really good spot. But like you said, the American on the third leg, Prandini, she ran a really good bend. I think she was actually quicker than Fraser-Price on that bend. So Prandini's actually quite a good 200-metre runner. She ran the 200 metres individually here. Didn't make the final, but still she's ran 21.9 for 200 metres, so she's very fast, and she really gave the Americans a chance. If a chance at the end, if Gabby Thomas was able to keep up with Sharika Jackson in that last leg, but Sharika Jackson, she ran 10.6 there as a 200-metre specialist. She was never catching the Jamaican.
And they finally get that second gold medal. So they'd won this event back in Athens 04, but they'd finished second in both Sydney 2000 and then twice in a row in London and Rio. But this group, this trio is, they deserve that second gold after what they've been able to do these games. I think our connection to Ryan might have just faltered a little bit. It was just on the blink at the moment with the Zoom. So we might actually take a break first and then get Ryan's thoughts.
It means a lot to them.
Oops, sorry, go again, Ryan. I think we've got you back now.
Yeah, for the Jamaicans to beat the Americans as well, that's a deep rivalry because they're a small island, North America, always in their shadow. But when it comes to sprints, they're not in their shadow, and that's their time to shine and announce themselves as a nation. So that's a massive victory for the Jamaicans, and it would mean a lot to them.
All right, we'll take a break here on SEN. We'll come back after this and get ourselves ready for the men's 4x100 metre sprint, which should be the relay sprint, which should be fantastic viewing as well. That's next here on our coverage of the Games, Tokyo 2020 on SEN.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Leading up to the men's 4x100 metre relay final. This is going to be the big final event of the night in the track and field, especially on the track here, as the field events have come to a close and Australia walk away with a medal through Kelsey Lee Barber taking bronze in the women's javelin with the final best throw of 64.56 metres. Catherine Mitchell through 61.82 for sixth and Mackenzie Little through 59.96 for eighth. So we had three of our Australians in the top eights and one, Kelsey Lee Barber, the world champion with the bronze medal at the Olympic Games. Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull competed in the women's 1500 metres earlier. Lyndon Hall finished sixth with a time of 3:59.01 and Jessica Hull 11th with a time of 4:02.63. So that have been the two major events featuring Australians tonight in the track and field at the Athletics. The only other event happening outside of the Olympic Stadium for the track and field is the women's gold medal final in the football. It is 1-1 and we are nearing injury time in this second half. Sweden 1, Canada 1 in the women's gold medal. It was Stina Blackstenius who scored for Sweden first up in the 34th minute and then a penalty to Jessie Fleming in the 67th minute levelled the game, and it's been tied up since then, and we are now into the 89th minute of this encounter, so it is getting very close down to the finish. A little update around the grounds for you this evening. Our clothing partner is Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. And don't forget, on Channel 7, new SAS Australia is beginning. In the Special Forces, you're expected to have the physical fitness of an athlete. If you think the Olympics look tough? Wait till you see these Aussies try to make it through SAS training. This is not a game. New SAS Australia coming soon to 7. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this, and it's the men's 4x1 relay next on the track.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Coming up to the end of our broadcast, but one more event to go. It's the men's 4x1 relay. Ryan Gregson, our expert. Ryan, this feels like an open field here as we look towards the teams. And, well, obviously Jamaica aren't as strong as what they used to be. China have a couple of good runners. Italy have the 100-metre champ. Great Britain have a couple of good ones in there as well. Canada with Andre de Grasse. Who are you liking the most in this very open field?
I'm actually really excited about this race because I'm looking at the 8 countries in it, and it is so open. There's obviously the US got ran out of the heats. Jamaica's not as traditionally strong as they were in the past. I want Great Britain to win, but my gut's telling me Canada will win and Andre de Grasse will run amazing and they'll be a bit too strong. I think Canada or Great Britain.
How good are their previously? So Andre de Grasse, the 200-metre winner, will run the final leg. Aaron Brown, Jerome Blake, Brendan Rodney, those first 3 legs, where's the strength there?
Aaron Brown also made the 200-metre final. So they've had 2 guys in the 200-metre final, and de Grasse also got a medal in so he obviously won the 200 and got a medal in the 1 as well. So their depth's pretty good. With Great Britain, they had Zarnell Hughes made the 100-metre final, Prescott made the 100-metre semi-final, Uja 100-metre semi-final. So again, depth really good. So that's where I feel the gold medal will be decided. But if you base it on the heat runs, China were good, Italy were good. So it is really open, too hard to pick. But my gut's telling me Canada and Great Britain.
China have Zhenya Ji and Su Bingtian, who ran very well in the Su especially in the semis of the 100 metres. So there's a lot of strength spread evenly across the field. Ryan, I'll see you on the other side as we head to Bruce and Tamsin for the 4x100 metre relay final.
And Amoa for Ghana. It's going to be hard, this one. I mean, with the women, we thought Jamaica the overwhelming favourites from the Americans, and then Great Britain and Switzerland. But this one's different, isn't it?
This one, the changes are really going to be vital.
De Grasse weights. He's got 5 Olympic medals. He's building a cachet. Lindsay there. It's not the Jamaican team of old, is it? Makes a difference when Bolt's not at the back. Japan the outside, Italy, China, Great Britain, Jamaica, Canada, Germany, Ghana inside. So the Italians too from the left, the 100-metre champions about to get it. Let's have a look. It was a good baton change, going hard. Great Britain here with Hughes down the back straight. He's fairly flying at this stage, isn't he? And the Canadians are in about 4th place. The Jamaicans with them as well. Great Britain lead coming up for the last change. Italy with them. Sue running a great lead. Gee, Canada's got a lot to do in Jamaica. Great Britain and Italy. It's Europe 1 and 2. They're trying to come at them. Great Britain. Tornu's coming hard. Great Britain. Mitchell got Tornu. Oh, you reckon the Italians over the top? Oh, you reckon they were celebrating the other night? Lygon Street, keep your hats on.
Look at that. The Italians are jubilant. That was just incredible. We knew the changes were going to be important, and that's what was the difference. Toju's just found out Italy's got the gold. Jacobs, 2 golds for the Olympic Games. Amazing.
They won both walks today at a slightly different rate to this. They've had a fantastic hat-trick today. Oh, what a race, Tamsin.
And it started off, the Japanese first one ran fantastic, and they just didn't get that baton around. It was carnage on that first change.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
So Italy get the gold medal in the 4x100 metre relay after what Marcel Jacobs did in the 100 metre sprint. He was on the second leg here for Italy. Filippo Tortu, who made it deep into the stages of the sprints individual, finished it off, and he just overhauled the Brits in the end. Ryan, it was hard to know where to look in this race because it didn't seem to be a clear leader really stretch out until the last maybe 200, 150 metres. That was a good race.
Mate, I need to watch that again. I know that obviously Italy, they had the Marcel Jacobs who won the individual 100. Then they got Tortu who ran the last leg. He's also ran 9.9. I just didn't think their 3rd and 4th guys would hold up in an Olympic final to them to get 4 guys around in 37.5 seconds. That is incredible, but so good for world sprinting. Instead of having your traditional powerhouses of Jamaica, Great Britain and the US, like in the 100 and the 4x1, you've got Italy. Like my phone is blowing up right now. My friends texting me, like, what? How are Italy winning the 4x1? Like, it was hard enough to believe the 100, but getting 4 guys, like, that's incredible depth for a non-traditional sprinting nation. So that's incredible. The Brits ran well. They probably feel with the position they were in throughout the race, it was their race to lose. They held on for second, and De Grasse, I think he overtook a couple of people in that last leg to move the Canadians into third. And listening to Bruce and Tamsin's commentary, it sounded like Canada Canada maybe didn't have the smoothest of changes early on in the race, which is why De Grasse had to move from fifth into third in the last leg, and it was just too much work to do in the end.
And Italy only got Great Britain at the very end, so it was Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake for the UK finishing that race off in the last leg, and he was leading, and then it wasn't until maybe drastically the last 5 metres maybe that Filippo Tortu actually got his shoulders ahead of Mitchell-Blake, and that was how they won. China actually were in a pretty good position, but Andre De Grasse, as you said, he overtook a couple late in the end, so it was a skin by the skin of your teeth kind of thing. It was a great race. Ryan, we are just about out of time here. Fantastic work by you. Thank you for the job that you've done on SEN over the last couple of weeks. Good luck to both you and especially Jen for what's ahead, and I'm hoping we'll hear your voice again on SEN in the coming weeks, months, years. Who knows? Thank you, mate.
Thanks so much. It's been great having me on, Jordan. Thanks. It's been a fantastic week, all things considered, even what happened with Jen. It's been a great experience being with you guys for the weekend. That 4x1, that was 0.01 in the end. That was 1/100th of a second.
Wow. That
was decided by 37.5 to 37.51. And Tortu's just come over the Brit Mitchell-Blake as Mitchell-Blake was kind of dipping for the line and throwing his head to the side, so he wouldn't have even known he was there.
Yeah.
He would have looked up he would have crossed the line, probably thought he won the race, and then only to see that Italy was at the top of the scoreboard. So dramatic scenes, but a great win for the Italians.
We'll come back after this and wrap things up.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
That's it for our coverage tonight. We made it by the skin of our teeth. We fit everything in right before the end of broadcast. That was fun. Ryan Gregson was amazing. And Italy at the very end, 100th of a second is how they beat Great Britain. That's it for our Olympic coverage tonight. We'll be back with you again. I'll be back with you again tomorrow for 6 p.m. for the final night session of the Games. See ya.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 25.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13IMAR now. That's 134627.
Now the trade is made. That's IMAR.
A partnership, not a batting one, but a bowling one for England, which has been really important.
Robinson and Anderson. It was the end of that Robinson over. So India's lead now just 49 runs. So Isabel Westbury makes way to have a well-earned rest here in the commentary box. So Mohammad Shami, the senior partner out there at the moment. Jasprit Bumrah coming out to join him. And I am looking forward to seeing this, to see how Mohammad Shami approaches the rest of this innings. 2 wickets left in the hutch for India. No, Siraj isn't going to be any kind of danger for England. Bumrah can hang around a bit. Shami loves to play his shots. There's no other way really. Might force himself to leave the odd one, but eventually those natural instincts will come into play. It's going to be Curran into the attack to Shami, and Shami just defends this nicely into the offside. No run. So Curran none for 36 into his 12 overs. So Stuart Broad has been taken out of the attack. 20 overs. None for 70. Jeremy Coney back alongside me here. This is a significant lead so far from India, 49 in the contest.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah, low-scoring match.
Going into Shami, who again defends down the pitch into the offside. No run.
Nearly a third, isn't it, of the English innings? Just 10 off it, so... Especially when you consider Sibley's going to take a long time to assist knocking that off as well.
Of course, and I suppose given that, I think Mohammad Shami here has got a licence to have a look at a few and then just play.
He can be useful too. He can throw the bat at the ball.
Curran is this time full, and Shami hoiks this high in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. Hasn't got all of it. Will land safe in between the two fielders converging there. And he gets away with a couple of runs. It was Jimmy Anderson running back towards the boundary. I think it may have been Dan Lawrence out there as the sweeper. I suppose if you're going to hit them there, hit them in between the fielders. Curran with his hands on his head, can't quite believe that. Still wicketless. It wasn't a full-blooded shot there from Shami. It was in that area, full on leg stump. It was there to be hit. Lead now goes to 51. India 234 for 8. Shami takes his guard. Once again, round the wicket this time, and this is a much better looking shot over long on. No! Oh, he's dropped him. Jimmy Anderson, he juggled at it. He was running back towards the boundary. The wind is swirling at Trent Bridge. That may have done for him in the end. It looked as though initially Shami had timed that a lot better, but it got caught up in the wind. It was swirling around. Anderson running backwards, had to pull out the dive in the end, juggled it once, twice, and then into the turf. Shami survives another couple of runs onto the total. But if nothing else, Jeremy, this is entertaining.
Yeah, it's always harder to take a catch running with your back to the pitch, running away to judge the ball coming over your shoulder.
Curran again full. Again, Shami heaves it high into the leg side. Hasn't quite got the legs for the boundary. Anderson thinks about the chance of a catch. Bounces well in front of him, trickles towards the boundary. He fields it, a run through for another couple. Shami moves on to 9. And, well, 238 for 8.
Don't forget, it was Anderson who chased the first one too, wasn't it, to try and get the catch. And the second one, he chased his drop, and that's the third one. He was less interested.
Almost let it go at the last.
You can't believe it. He's puffing.
Just been taken out of the attack. Have a rest, Jimmy. This is a slower call and nearly does Shami. It was well bowled, that one, by Curran, just missing the off stump in the end. And that is the end of the over. So 76 overs gone, India, 238 for 8.
You ready to find that guaranteed catch? Download the Real Adventures app. Cast a line with Paddy Dangerfield and Aaron Red Habgood.
I'm on Cane Quarter in Monks Creek. Do the kids get fast? So you're like, no, George, you're in the mud, you sleep in the mud. Just hose them down out.
Everything fishing, boating, recipes and hotspots. Plus catch up on all the Real Adventures Show podcasts.
They are working. Well done to the guys that are in WA actually using the bins. I reckon we should see these spread across the country.
Powered by Dometic, mobile living made easy. The Real Adventures app, get hooked. Now in the App Store and Google Play.
SEN tennis cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Nicholas Trignani alongside Jeremy Coney with all the action from England versus India. Day 3 of the first test. India batting in their innings, 238 for 8, leading England by 55 runs. We've got an entertaining passage of play here with Mohammad Shami out there, but it's Jasprit Bumrah on strike as Robinson comes in and works it nicely down towards fine leg to give Shami the strike. And what a final 3 balls of that previous over, or 3 out of the 4 balls.
Yeah, he was toying with the field, wasn't he, on the leg side? All of them aerial shots. One bound, no. Was the last one go for? I don't think it did.
It didn't go all the way to the boundary.
They were sort of 8 irons, weren't they?
Yeah. He's got the long handle. He knows no other way, really. There is a long on out now as Ollie Robinson makes his way in. Shami takes his guard, and this is full and chipped almost in the direction of Robinson out to mid-off. They think about a single. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah doesn't need to try anything silly here. He doesn't want to be backing up that far. Just let Shami have the strike. If he's not going to get it towards the boundary, Shami looks the more likely to score some runs. In fact, Shami did take a little shimmy down the wicket as well. May have sold Jasprit Bumrah short there. Bumrah diving out of the way of the wayward throw in the end. And India survived, 239 for 8 still, lead of 56 runs. Robinson 3 for 66. It's short this time, and he doesn't get any contact on that Shami down the leg side. Good take by Josh Butler. There is no run. We thought he might have a look at a couple. He came out with a couple of solid-looking defensive shots there, did Mohammad Shami, lulling everyone into a false sense of security. It's been pretty kamikaze stuff since then.
He's pretty aggressive, and he's just looking to get this lead and extend it as quickly as possible. That's the good watching.
Wilson on the off-stump line, and this one is just guided backward. There's a misfield by Johnny Bairstow. They're going to get through for 2. Yes, they are. That is exactly what India wanted.